Good evening. I'm calling to order the Salem Housing Authority of the City of Salem for Monday, January 26, 2026. Will the recorder please call the roll?
Commissioner Tigan?
Present.
Commissioner Matthews?
Here.
Vice Chair Gwynn?
Here.
Commissioner Brown?
Present.
Commissioner Ving?
Here.
Commissioner Nordyke? Is absent. Commissioner Varney is
Here.
Thank you. Resident Commissioner Villegas is absent. Chair Nishioka.
I'm here. Thank you. Vice Chair, do we have any additions or deletions?
There are none.
Great. Thank you. Need to do the Pledge of Allegiance first. Will all please rise? Councillor Vang, will you lead us? Or Commissioner Vang?
Of course. Thank you, Commissioner. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Glad we could find the flag. Is there anyone signed up for public comment?
That's a great question.
We don't have our sheets, so I guess we just need to check.
No.
Sounds like no one has signed up for public comment with Salem Housing Authority. So Vice Chair, we are now to the consent calendar. Do you want my minutes?
I move approval of the consent calendar.
Second.
We have a motion and second by Commissioner Tigan. Vice Chair, would you like to go ahead and tell us about the consent calendar?
Our consent calendar this evening consists of item 3.1A, December 8th Housing Authority minutes, 3.3A, asset capitalization threshold, and that is it.
Thank you. Any questions on the consent calendar? If not, will the recorder call the roll?
Commissioner Tigan?
Aye.
Commissioner Matthews?
Aye.
Vice Chair Gwynn?
Aye.
Commissioner Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Ving?
Aye.
Commissioner Nordyke?
Let's see. I'm sorry, I just arrived late, folks. I will declare a conflict of interest as to consent agenda item 3.2A and 3.2B. So I will not be participating in that. We're voting on the matter.
Councilor, this is the SHA meeting, so those items aren't on this agenda. This is
excuse me.
3.3A.
Goes to show I definitely arrived very late.
So just consent calendar of the Salem Housing Authority.
Oh, okay. I don't have a conflict of interest with regard to that consent agenda, so I'll be voting yes. Thank you.
Commissioner Varney?
Aye.
Resident Commissioner Vegas absent. Chair Nishioka?
Aye. The motion passes. Thank you. We don't have any public hearings, no special orders of business, so we are now to information reports. And Nicole, please introduce yourself.
Good evening, Chair and Commissioners. I am Nicole Yates. I'm the Housing Director for Salem Housing Authority. And tonight we do have a pretty jam-packed program management report that we did fill with lots of wonderful information. Just going to highlight a couple of things that we have. Previous month, we did put out $3.3 million, just a little bit over $3 million in housing assistance payments to the community of Salem-Keizer. This is total units leased of 3,048 and over 9,000 individuals that we've helped serve. We do have some additional information that about federal impacts. One of those is going into the federal impacts that is talking about us making sure we are utilizing our funds accurately. And out of that, I wanted to make sure that everybody understands that we have 144 vouchers out on the streets currently, and that we have another 40 that are in income eligibility. After doing some two-year tool analysis, which is what we call, this is our budgeting and organization to be able to see with the basically the ups and downs of voucher utilization. This is about what we estimate for 2026 that we're going to be able to get out in the streets. So that's a pretty low number compared to, but at least we're not in shortfall status and we're getting some vouchers out there. We do have 6 additional in our family unification program that are out there on the streets as well. This is a new program that we're partnershiping with Keeping Families Together, which is a family reunification program with wraparound supportive services. So we're excited to be partnering with ODHS and many other partners to make that happen. And then, of course, we do have some availability in our voucher program. As well as that, I just wanted to highlight, many of you have heard me talk about the coordinated entry system, and this is the homeless services coordinated entry assessments that are done in order to place individuals into the appropriate sheltering or what they may qualify for permanent supportive housing. I have been working with the Mid-Willamette Valley Homeless Alliance, and I'm pleased to say that we were approved for an alternate coordinated entry approach. We utilized that alternate coordinated entry approach over the month of December, and we were able to, in less than 1 week, fill a Sequoia housing unit with a gentleman who was able to move in before Christmas. He was so impressed with the coordination and the collaboration to make that happen. This unit previously had sat for multiple months because it was a 3rd floor apartment, and the referrals weren't coming in for the correct usage of who could qualify or make it up into that 3rd floor apartment with no elevators. So we're really pleased to see the impacts of that turning around, our turnaround time, and getting people back into the units more quickly. So I appreciate all the support from everybody during those processes. I also wanted to highlight a key collaboration that we've had. We have a partner out there that we are proud to partner over the years, but Dev Northwest I wanted to highlight today. They helped us out over the holidays or the end of last year with a call. Many of you realize that we are the housing authority in the capital city of Oregon, and you can imagine how many calls we get for HUD at our office. And so we get a little confused with some of the calls, and we do our very best to provide the best customer service. We received a call for Josephine County from a couple that was disabled, and they were about to get their home foreclosed on. And they had very limited technology skills, and what we were finding in Josephine County is that their access was limited without having technical capabilities and computers. They literally had a landline phone with a voicemail box, and that's what they were trying to make contact with. So they were getting a lot of stops in the way, and they were about just a few days shy from getting a tax assessment foreclosure on their $500,000 farm. And Dev Northwest, we contacted them, and their team were able, they actually can serve the entire state of Oregon. So their team was able to get in, be able to help them make that $4,000 payment happen so that they could continue to keep their home with their limited funding and work through solutions into the future for future tax assessment payments. Our goal is to ensure that everybody remains housed, that we can say, whether that's Josephine or wherever. So if we can connect it to a collaborative partner here in Salem, they can get them the help in the other areas, that's what we're going to do. So I just wanted to highlight their team in a quick turnaround to make sure that somebody didn't lose their home and their generational wealth that they had built in that home. And then on top of that, I'm going to turn it over to Jessica Blakely, who's going to go over the federal impacts for the housing authorities in Oregon, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Yes, before you leave, I'll
sure.
just check. Anybody have any questions for Ms. Utes? All right, thank you. Okay.
You're welcome.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jessica Blakely. I'm the Deputy Director for the Salem Housing Authority, and I have the great privilege of being able to follow our legislative affairs. And so I wanted to bring forward the information that I discussed with the legislature just a week ago in discussing what some of those impacts are that are coming and impacting our local housing authority. So I won't go through the slide up here because I know we have a full agenda, but I'm just going to touch on a couple highlights and be available to answer your questions. Some of the things that we've expressed that are a little bit challenging is the conflicting guidance that we're getting from HUD, which will come like via email into our inbox or maybe to Nicole's inbox, but it doesn't really come with any backup. One example is basically changing the way we do criminal screenings. They're saying to rescind all 10 years worth of guidance that we've been working on and to now use arrest records, for example, and that conflicts with our state law, and it also conflicts with the policies that we have in place. And so, you know, we're kind of holding steady, just waiting for an actual law change to be able to address whether or not we move forward with any of these communications that are coming forward with HUD. Another thing that we're watching is the budget. As many of you know, they're set to look at the Transportation and Housing and Urban Development appropriation likely in the Senate this Tuesday. So we're hopeful, and we'll be watching to see if they come towards some form of resolution. There's differing opinions. Some folks want to basically keep everything packaged up before they'll approve and move it forward. Some people want to pull out the HUD bill and move it forward, so at least that can advance with budgetary authority, but we don't know which direction that will go, so we'll follow that closely. If they don't pass by Friday, we will be preparing for a shutdown. Our agency has already prepared for that. In the event it doesn't happen, great. In the event it happens, we're ready to go. So communication will go out to our local landlords and to you all. Another very important thing is right before we went out on the holiday in December, HUD told us that we need to start saving monies and stop issuing vouchers. And so after doing a lot of deep diving into that notice that came out from HUD, which basically says we want you to do, you know, they give us a list of maybe 10 things they want us to do immediately. And if you're in shortfall, you must stop issuing vouchers completely. Thankfully, we're not in shortfall. But one thing that, you know, we used to rely on our field office at HUD was to monitor our voucher usage and our budget utilization. And when we did get close to that shortfall situation, they would step in and they would help us manage the forecasting of the budget and the vouchers that go in and out of the street. One of the things that we're deciding to do in-house now is take on that responsibility and that capacity. So our teams interdepartmentally have now collaborated and will begin doing the work that HUD and SHA did together by monitoring the voucher utilization a lot closer and a lot stricter on a monthly basis. So we're still waiting to kind of understand what it means. They are likely to or have proposed fully funding the HCV program, but let's say even if they do fully fund the HCV program, it's not to the amount that's actually needed to adjust for inflation and to adjust for the higher rents. And so nationally, even if they do say fully funded, it's still going to come at an $800 million shortfall. So that's why we're really implementing these strategies now, so when they do happen, we're good to go in the future. And so I'm really proud of the team for getting together and pulling that in-house, and we can monitor that a lot more carefully. To date, also, our administrative fees, which is our staffing costs, in this presentation, I let the legislature know that a lot of housing authorities are facing layoffs with their staff or not being able to hire key positions. And that has happened to Shaw as well. We're holding at 64 full-time employees rather than our old budget authority of 72. But the great part is we don't have to, we can protect all of the staff that we have right now in that 64 total. So we won't actually have to lose any positions as a result of it. But the administrative fees that come from HUD, they usually, you know, a normal grant we get to take 10% of and put it into our bucket for staff. HUD says, well, you'll get 90% of that 10%. And so what we're forecasting right now in 2026 is the likelihood of them bringing it even lower to 76 to 85%. So our amazing teams have worked behind the scenes to try to identify sources of funding and maybe how we can adjust things to make sure all of our staff are retained, and they have done so. So we're really proud of that effort. Some of the things that we will to date and have implemented with these cost-saving measures is requirements around portability. So we will no longer pay or will no. The way we bill for the outside agencies when they come into our jurisdiction, rather than absorbing it, we'll be billing it. So that's a mechanism that we can use. We will be limiting the issuance of new vouchers. As Nicole said, the ones that have them in their hands today is the way it's going to stay, outside of a very limited number. So it does mean probably a little bit of stress for the community because we won't be able to open the waiting list like we wanted to, but at least we'll be able to retain the households that we do have. And then we will not be able to issue any new project-based voucher contracts. And one of the things that we've been doing a lot is scrutinizing the rent reasonable test a little bit more. So when the rent increases come in and they simply pick the payment standard, HUD says you can't do that. You must pick a reasonable rent for your market or the market rate, whichever is lower. And so we're really working hard to make sure we're scrutinizing those rent increases as they come in, because we've received several that are at least double or more than double the rent. So despite all these impacts, the one program that we know we will have to make big changes is the public housing. That one has been slated or to be cut pretty substantially, but we knew that. And that's why we're working on the disposition strategies. We recently sold Shelton Village, so that one's closed and out of our inventory. And we're working on the scattered homes, transitioning those into the affordable home ownership. And then we have one other multifamily building left in the public housing program, which will be demolished and rebuilt. And so that one's already in pre-development as well. So thankfully, we only have a few-year path to rely on the public housing program before its changes get catastrophic for us. So I'm happy to open up for any questions.
Commissioner Teigen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Blakely, thank you. I'm curious if you have a number when you say you'd get 90% of the 10% or 75% of the 10%. What does that cut equate to for your staff in terms of actual dollars to run your agency?
That's a great question. Thank you. So we were looking at that, and we believe that results in about 4 positions. So we've made the strategic hold on a couple of positions, knowing that we just won't fill those because that would be terrible to have to hire and then potentially lay off. So we've identified those key positions in that program itself already. Assuming they do go that way, it won't impact our current staff level.
Thank you.
Commissioner Matthews.
You mentioned that even if the funding even if it gets fully funded, there's still an $800 million shortfall just because of inflation and the fact that rents go up. I'm assuming that's a national number, right? That's not our number. So what is our actual piece of that $800 million?
Thanks for the question. I'd have to go back and look at what the statewide impact number is, and I'm not sure of the percentage, and that's just with the assumption that we are funded at 100% of our program too. So, but I can follow back up with you on that number.
The other question, and maybe you may not have the answer to this because I'm not exactly sure what this means, but it says in your thing, it says part of what they're changing with this HUD bill or the HUD adjustments are conducting more rigorous rent reasonableness testing rather than relying on payment standards. What does that mean, and how will that adjust how our people are qualified? Or
yeah. No, it's a very good question because it's very confusing. And honestly, I don't remember a time where we've ever been faced with this. This is more of like a market condition issue. So our payment standards are set at a certain amount, and within the last couple of years, they've really gone up pretty high. And so when somebody, a landlord per se, requests a rent increase, they have the ability to request a rent increase up to the market. And so it's been very unusual that our payment standard has been above the market because we have to choose the lesser of the market rent or the payment standard. And so for my 25 years of career, there's not been a time where you'd say the payment standard was lower than the market rent, or higher than the market rent, excuse me. And so we've never really had to do that deep dive before, but weird market conditions are happening all over, as you've brought up, Portland, and just some of the nuances that are happening with our affordable and our market rent compression. In this particular case, we'll get a landlord that goes, okay, well, we're just going to select the payment standard on all these rent increases, and then we get them, and we look at Zillow, and we look at apartments.com, and we look at Craigslist, and we look at all the things, and we're like, well, that's about $300 above reasonable. So versus just limiting our capacity and just signing off on those, we're scrutinizing them a little bit more to make sure that they align with the proper HUD policy.
I think that's it then. Appreciate all of that information. Good luck. I guess we'll know more by our next meeting, or maybe we'll know more. If that is it, then our meeting is adjourned.
Okay, good evening, everyone. I'd like to call to order this meeting of the Urban Renewal Agency for the City of Salem on this Monday, January 26th, 2026. Will the recorder please call the roll?
Board Member Tigan.
Present.
Board Member Nishioka.
Present.
Board Member Matthews.
Here.
Board Member Gwen.
Here.
Board Member Brown.
Present.
Board Member Vang.
Here.
Board Member Nordike.
Here.
Board Member Varney.
Here.
Chair Julie Hoy.
Here. Moving on to additions and deletions. Board Member Nishioka.
We have none for for urban renewal.
Thank you. Do we have anyone signed up for public comment? No? Moving on then to the consent calendar. Board Member Nishioka.
Thank you. The consent calendar includes 3.1A, which are the draft urban renewal minutes from December 8th, 2025. And that concludes the consent calendar.
Thank you. Any questions?
I move to approve the consent calendar.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any questions on that? All right. Will the recorder please call the roll?
Board Member Varney.
Oops. Aye.
Board Member Tigan.
Aye.
Board Member Nishioka.
Aye.
Board Member Matthews.
Aye.
Board Member Gwen.
Aye.
Board Member Brown.
Aye.
Board Member Vang.
Aye.
Board Member Nordike. Aye. Chair Julie Hoy.
Aye. All right, moving on, we have no public hearings. We have no special orders of business. We do have one information report. Item 6A, purchases approved administratively from November 1st, 2025 through November 30th, 2025. All right. That appears to be everything. So if there's nothing further on urban renewal, we are adjourned. I'd like to call to order this meeting of Salem City Council for January 26th, 2026. Will the recorder please call the roll?
Councillor Tigan.
Here.
Councillor Nishioka.
Present.
Councillor Matthews.
Here.
Councillor Gwen.
Here.
Councillor Brown.
Present.
Councillor Vang.
Still here.
Councillor Nordike.
Here.
Councillor Varney.
Here.
Mayor Julie Hoy.
Here. Moving on to additions and deletions to the agenda. Councillor Nishioka, I apologize.
No worries. I move for approval of additions to the agenda.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any questions? Discussion?
The additions will be adding item 5E, a motion by Mayor Hoy.
Thank you.
And excuse me, there's also a presentation that we added as well.
Thank you. We have a presentation. Is there a number to that? Or is it 4?
Number 5B.
5E?
5B. Yep.
5B. We also have a presentation 5B edition.
Great. Any thoughts or questions on either of those? Sure.
So I just wanted to clarify with the mayor's motion, that agenda item, there was a clerical mistake and we did not add it last week. So that was the reason we realized it this morning. And so we have added that. Just want to clarify that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further? Will the recorder please call the roll?
Councillor Brown.
Aye.
Councillor Vang.
Aye.
Councillor Nordyke. Aye. Councillor Varney.
Aye.
Councillor Tigan.
Aye.
Councillor Nishioka.
Aye.
Councillor Matthews.
Aye.
Councillor Gwen.
Aye.
Mayor Julie Hoy.
Aye. Moving on to council and city manager comment. Did anyone have anything they'd like to share this time around? City manager, Nunbury.
Thank you so much. So I would like to make some remarks regarding information report on Safe, Clean and Healthy Salem. So for public awareness, Safe, Clean and Healthy Salem is a city initiative focuses on a coordinated effort that combines law enforcement, public health, behavioral health services on improving safety, cleanliness, and overall livability in Salem. Council approved a supplemental budget to advance this initiative in October of last year. Since that time, staff have been working on implementation, and we made good progress on this. So I wanted to kind of take a minute to talk about the progress that we made so far. So we expanded homeless service team and Clean Salem crew to cover 7 days per week. Before it was a 4 days a week service. So we expanded that to 7 days a week. New community health response team, REACH, was launched last week on January 20th. So this pilot combines medics and behavioral health clinicians to respond to emotional distress, overdoses, and other non-emergency calls. So as of today, we are hearing positive feedback from the community about the HST officers and their work in connecting unhoused individuals with the right resources. So the number of referral connections for January so far is 31. I want to publicly acknowledge the HST team for their incredible work. And Chief Umak, thank you. I very much appreciate you recommending this as an immediate priority. I think we are seeing good outcome. And the second piece of it is the expanded cleaning services. In December 2025, the Clean Salem team, so that's the new name for SOS team, they're now called Clean Salem. The Clean Salem team removed 41 tons of waste, nearly double December 2024 totals, showing increased responsiveness with expanding that program to 7 days a week. On Tuesday last week, we pulled 10 tons of trash from the Wallace Marine Park, and that was just in 1 day. And the third piece of it is, so before I kind of start talking about the reach, but I appreciate our Clean Salem team, manager Jake Snell and his team for their hard work on this effort. And the REACH pilot started last week, and I know Chief Garbat in his presentation, he will be giving more updates on that, so I'm not going to talk too much about it. But what I wanted to take a minute to talk about for this Safe, Clean, and Healthy initiative, Marion County provided a resource for behavioral health, and Salem Chamber and Main Street provided $180,000 funding. So this is, the city and I very much appreciate the collaboration from county and business community on this. But I want to also I had the opportunity to talk to homeless advocate groups and many community groups on this. And I want to take a minute to thank for your suggestions, your time. A lot of your personal time went into coming and meeting with the city staff, giving those suggestions. I very much appreciate you guys. And this is a huge lift for the staff. Everybody is busy with their day-to-day work, but this is kind of add-on responsibility. Taking something, an initiative of this magnitude and executing it so quickly and bringing this to implementation and moving forward, this is good work. I am very glad that we are trying this pilot program. And so more to come on this, so we'll have more conversations as we move into the year, but I just wanted to thank staff for the work that they have done on this.
Thank you for that. That's good news, progress. Anyone else? Yeah, Councillor Teigen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just, perhaps as a native Minnesotan who proudly serves his community here in Salem, I don't think we should let the moment pass just acknowledging what the communities of Minneapolis and St. Paul and the Twin Cities are undergoing right now. And what I see as a paramilitary occupation of that community that I have family members in, and for reasons that don't justify what we're seeing. And I assume some of our public will speak to this later during public comment, but I just really want to say the names of the people who've been killed that we know of, Renee Good and Alex Breddy. They didn't deserve to lose their lives trying to watch our government operate. And though our community is asking us for a response from the city government, we, a month ago, declared a state of emergency related to this. And I don't think anyone who voted yes or no on that wanted to see a situation that was much worse than the one we saw in our community. But that is unfortunately what we have in front of us in Minneapolis. And I just want to acknowledge that. I want to call it what I believe it is, and stand in solidarity with our community, even if they come to the city and don't feel like we can give them the respite that they hope for. I do believe that in 10 below weather and in the conditions of Minnesota over the last 2 weeks, that community has demonstrated a path forward for observing federal action and standing in solidarity. And heaven forbid that we have to do something similar here in Salem, but if we do, I trust that our community will do it in the spirit of nonviolence and in the spirit of solidarity with the people who are being targeted. And I would just call on our community to continue to carry that spirit forward. Even as you ask us for things and hold our decision-making accountable, know that the real power against an oppressive force like the one that we're seeing in our communities is the people. And I just encourage everyone to make a community and carry that forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Teigen. Councillor Nordyke.
Thank you, Councillor Teigen. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillor Teigen, I echo everything you just said. Thank you so much. You put it so well, and I'm so sorry for everyone impacted by what has happened in Minnesota most recently. I am having conversations with people across our community, and people are scared. They're scared that it will happen in Salem. They're scared that it will happen to people who just happen to be present when ICE is on the scene. They're scared that it'll happen to their loved ones, or they're scared it'll happen to their parents while they're in the classroom. They're scared. And of course, that fear most importantly is felt by our communities of color. So nobody is above the law. That was why I brought the motion to declare a state of emergency in our city. Nobody is above the law. So I will take the remainder of my time here, my privilege as a counselor, to hold a moment of silence for those who have lost their lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Nordyke. Anyone else? All right, then. We are moving on to proclamations this evening. Our first proclamation will be presented by Councilor Nishioka, recognizing Blue Star Mother's Day.
Just testing. Sounds like it's working. Hi. Hi. So good. I didn't realize we'd be friends. And are you Janine? Yes, I am. Would you like to come forward? Great. Thank you. So I will give you this while I read this. Whereas Blue Star Mothers of America was founded via a meeting of mothers of World War II servicemen in Flint, Michigan on February 1st, 1942, leading to mothers hanging Blue Star flags in the windows of their homes expressing pride in their servicemen protecting our nation's freedom. And whereas Blue Star Mothers of America was officially chartered by Congress in June 1960 as a nonprofit organization with more than 200 statewide chapters of over 6,000 members and growing in number, supporting active duty service personnel, promoting patriotism, and assisting veteran organizations and one another. And whereas this community of Blue Star Mothers understand the unique pride, devotion, and worry that comes with having a child serving in the U.S. Armed Forces, whether that child is in active duty, in the Guard, or in reserves, or as a veteran. Blue Star Mothers are part of the sisterhood that offers unconditional support during the military journey. And whereas Blue Star Mothers across the nation, including our Oregon chapter, celebrate the unique sisterhood and support our troops and veterans each year on February 1st, recalling the founding members' mission. We endeavor to promote this awareness via designating February 1st, 2026 as Blue Star Mother's Day in the capital city of the state of Oregon. And now, therefore, Julie Hoy, Mayor of City of Salem, does hereby proclaim the day February 1st, 2026 as Blue Star Mother's Day and encourage all residents to join in this observation, dated this 26th day of January 2026. Thank you very much. We're going to get, would you like to say anything? Okay.
Thank you all. I have the privilege and honor of being the president of the Oregon chapter of the Blue Star Mothers of America. We are a small but mighty chapter that represent mothers of our armed forces throughout the entire state. We support one another. We also support our veterans via send-off events for deployments and return events. We also support our veterans through different types of activities, and we also participate in fun things like parades and send care packages to our military as they serve overseas. And we would welcome all of you joining us as either members, as Blue Star Mothers yourselves, or as associate members who support us in our organization. Thank you so much. You can check out our Facebook page and our website. And before I go also, challenge coins are a very big thing across our military. And meeting Julie I'm also a Air Force mom, a Marine Corps mom, and an Army mom. And I met Julie at the Marine Corps ball this year, and I was so impressed by her support of our military. I would like to present her with a challenge coin from the Blue Star Mothers of America, thanking her for her support. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, it's my privilege to welcome from the Be Black Foundation, Greg Peterson, Executive Director, Cynthia Richardson, Board Vice President, Artonia Gemel, Board Secretary, Celine Coleman, also with the board, and Pastor Ronnie Brooks, Board Member. Thank you. Come on over. Whereas January 19, 2026 is celebrated nationally and by the City of Salem as the observance of the birthday of Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr. And whereas Dr. King is recognized as a leader in the movement to establish civil and human rights for all people. And whereas Dr. King focused on building peaceful communities based on equality and justice. And whereas the City of Salem has reaffirmed the personal liberties of its residents and does not tolerate any violation of their civil and human rights. And whereas the celebration of the life of Dr. King helps honor those who contributed to Salem's diverse history and culture. And whereas the recognition and study of Dr. King's life and work helps assure a rich and diverse community future. And now, therefore, I, Julie Hoy, Mayor of the City of Salem, Oregon, do hereby proclaim January 19, 2026 as Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr. Day of Recognition, and urge all residents to reflect and learn about his life's work so that the community will continue to uphold and respect the civil and human rights of every individual. Dated this 12th day of January, 2026. Julie Hoy. Thank you. Which of you would like to speak?
I first would like to thank the Mayor, City Council for your recognition of the late Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., the recognition of his holiday, his celebration. I want to ask a consideration for all of us. In consideration of his legacy, of the work of the civil rights movement and what happened, in light of how we exist today and how we're living today, as we're going to step into a month celebrating Black History Month and the recognition of not the disparities that happen, but the perseverance of a people. And what happened over 400 years of persecution and slavery, as we look at our country today and what people are having to overcome and encounter, it was the perseverance of a race of people who overcame that. We want to celebrate that. We want to encourage and ask each and every one of you guys, as we go into Black History Month and celebrate that, to take the initiative to study our history. If we don't understand our history, we're doomed to repeat our history, and we're headed down that path. what we're experiencing today, we don't have to continue to experience these disparities against people, against culture, against livelihoods. I have 10 grandchildren in Minneapolis, Minnesota, who walk out of our houses every day afraid of going to work or going to school or what they're going to face. But as a people within our own culture, that's been our life's experience. We don't wish that upon anybody to have to repeat that, but we have to understand and study and appreciate that we can't overcome this. But it takes all of us together in the civil rights movement and the March with Martin Luther King. It was the whole community that came together. And we can no longer allow ourselves to be separated as American citizens. We're under a country that is based on one nation under God, and we cannot leave God out of what we're trying to do. And we need to figure out, we get to make a choice on our next actions. But we need to make our next actions together, otherwise we will never overcome the persecution that all communities are facing at this moment in time. And I just want to thank you guys so much.
Thank you, Bill.
Thank you.
Okay, we need a picture too. All right. Moving on to presentations. We have a presentation from Marion County on county ordinance regulating street vendors. AJ Klassen, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Hoy and City Councilors. For the record, my name is Alvin Klassen. I'm the Government Relations Manager for Marion County. But more importantly, I'm a proud former City of Salem employee for this very library that we're sitting in. So thank you guys for having me here today. You guys are going to hear from city staff about this later. I'm kind of putting the cart before the horse. But I am here to ask you guys to support opting into Marion County's enforcement authority under Marion County Code 1010 to approve a 180-day trial focused on Lancaster and Cordon, and to come back after that trial with data and determine whether the expansion is appropriate. I would like to share some concerns and challenges that we are facing. First and foremost, we are playing jurisdictional whack-a-mole. One of the issues that we're having is we're going around enforcing. And one of the things that I learned in being a library employee is that the city of Salem and Marion County is a complex puzzle, mainly around Lancaster. And it goes in and out, and a lot of vendors we will enforce on them in Marion County property, and they'll move across the street and go to the city of Salem. And we respect your jurisdiction and don't want to send our people into your guys' area. Some of the challenges or concerns that we have with the street vendor being unauthorized is there's a lot of unregulated vendors who have unsafe food practices. This is a public health issue, which the county is majorly concerned with. Some of the food is being prepared in unsanitary conditions. Things like meat aren't being stored at the right temperature. Many of the food stored is in coolers or trunks or improvised setups, and that is a major concern for public health. One of the other things that we are facing is worker safety and sanitation. Being unregulated street vendors, there are many challenges, like no access to restrooms. You'll see people on the side of the road in 100-degree weather without water, and there's nothing nearby, and there's no clean food prep environment. The last point I wanted to hit on is many of these are in public right-of-ways right off of freeway and highway off-ramps. These are dangerous areas. People are going high rates of speed coming off of the freeway. I-5 and Market is a prime example. We want to make sure that these people aren't getting hit on the side of the road. One of the major concerns that the Marion County Sheriff has is a lot of these could be human trafficked people who are brought here to sell on the side of the road, and they're being abused. And we don't have, if they move into the city of Salem, we don't have the authority to come in and interact with them to hit on that topic. So you guys will hear about this later. I just wanted to stand up and give you some of our talking points and let you know why we are asking you to adopt this ordinance. Any questions?
Councillor Tigan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thanks for the presentation. I guess I'm curious what the driving force behind the motivation to bring this to us. Is it people are getting sick, people are getting hit by cars, or is it that the people who are trying to enforce it from the county just can't cross the street?
It's actually a combination of all three of those. We were enforcing on a food truck that was unregulated on Lancaster, and they had raw meat sitting out, and a whole bunch of people got sick, and they moved right across the street. Our employees can't cross that street. They can regulate the truck in the health and human services aspect, but not in the enforcement aspect.
I'm not clear on the distinction. If it's food being prepared, doesn't Marion County inspect all food providers within Marion County?
It does, but we can't remove them from that area from like a law enforcement perspective. So we can say, hey, you're supposed to be closed down, you have to leave, and they could just sit on City of Salem property. Well, property within the City of Salem, not City of Salem property.
So I guess maybe this is a me question and not a you question or an us question. So is there not someone at the City of Salem to call? If you've seen something, the person crosses the street, they're now within the city's jurisdiction, what's the then what right now?
We can absolutely do that, and I believe we do. This just encompasses the rest of that ordinance, and that ordinance, I do have what it does. It targets the problem, well, I apologize. The city code is adequate, but this makes it more cohesive, I would say.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Nishioka.
Thank you. To expand on that, when you say it sounds like it's not necessarily as much of Marion County wanting to come onto the city side, but more policies that need to be addressed. Again, I'm trying to also understand the need for this and if there could be other mechanisms such as a code change that could then enforce it, and we can do that, or have contact to Marion County and Marion County us.
Absolutely. We would absolutely welcome that. If you don't want to adopt this code, we would absolutely encourage you guys to do your own. I believe this would allow sheriffs to cross that line and help our code enforcement, but we can also reach out to City of Salem Police and use that as enforcement as well.
Councillor Matthews.
This may be less of a question for you, so maybe it's better for later on when we actually discuss this motion. But so would it be a code enforcement aspect within our jurisdiction, or would it be a police aspect? I know you just mentioned you could call Salem PD, but would this actually be a code enforcement? Mitch is giving me the thumbs up back there. Oh.
So, Councillor, my suggestion is to kind of wait until the staff give our report, and then more questions can follow at that time, if that's okay.
Councillor Nordyke.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Clausen, for being here. What efforts did the county do to engage in outreach to the vendors who would be impacted by this change?
So there are actually many steps that we take before we even shut somebody down. We do education prior to anything. A lot of people are very excited to start a business but don't know what steps to take. So we often, for instance, that food truck that we met with on Lancaster, we actually engaged with them 3 or 4 times before we put a closure on them. The first step is always education, how to start the business, what you have to do to stay within regulations. Then there's 2 warnings, and then we always engage in potential closure afterwards.
Thank you. And I think my question was actually, did you talk to the vendors before you passed this change of regulations at the county level? And if so, what did their testimony or public comment look like?
I don't know the answer to that currently. I would have to go back to our staff and see.
Any other questions? City Manager, did you have something? No? Okay. AJ, thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Okay. Looking forward to that item a little bit later in the agenda. All right, then. We are moving on to public comment. We have 5 people signed up under item 2. I'll call 2 names at one time. I'd just like, to remind everyone of our decorum. Treat each other with respect. Everyone will have 3 minutes to speak, and we'll get through every bit of it. So, I'll call 2 names at a time. Please come forward to the podium. Turn the green light, or hit the button until the green light comes on. State your ward or your address for the record, and your name. Kathleen Treppa and Linnell Wilcox.
Good evening, Mayor, councilors. My name is Kathleen Thorpe, Thorpe, Ward 1. So we are engaging in a little bit of 3-minute education, looking at our homeless population concerns. And one of the first things I want to bring to the attention of the council is the fact that Salem has lost some homeless services that are impacting our community. Project Able has had to close its doors. Excuse me. The Rock has had to reduce staffing and hours of operation due to decreases in funding. Both Project Able and The Rock had offered day center, mentoring, peer support, wellness services, partner connections, and other supports. The Church at the Park had to lay off 17 staff and have reduced by half their adult outreach services. And sadly, Salvation Army's co-ed shelter is closing its doors in 5 days. I spent some time interviewing a gentleman by the name of William Cahall. William is a retired RN, and he worked in the Marion County Jail. He worked at Oregon Department of Corrections and Bridgeway Health. He's a registered nurse. The question that I put to him is corrections a viable pathway for homeless, excluding, of course, children and elderly? And is being homeless a crime in Salem? So basically what we talked about is criminalization of homelessness and enforcing quality of life ordinances relating to public activities. What William and I talked about was, what does it cost to incarcerate someone in Marion County? We have cost-benefit analysis that go along all of the time. On the Marion County website, it estimates $84 a day, and estimates raise to as high as $200 a day, depending on what services are available. Does Marion County have availability? Do we have capacity? Basically, Marion County Jail has a capacity of about 400 inmates in total, and that's when they're fully staffed. And they seem to be full a goodly amount of time. Marion County Jail typically runs close to capacity, and if overfilled, they release folks. We have limited resources available to people that are experiencing alcohol or drug detoxification. And finally, the national, and I'm going to have
Your time has expired. Thank you. Next up is Linnell Wilcox and then Talia Turner.
I don't know if sorry. Hi, my name is Linnell Wilcox and I live in Ward 1. Today I'm focusing on safety and livability connected to people who struggle with mental illness. There are some of the many people we still see on the streets in spite of how much money we've invested to house people and provide homeless services and shelters. Some experience behaviors that make shelter or housing a challenge, yet few would meet the understandably high bar for civil commitment, so they fall through the cracks as they live and die on the streets. Some behavior seems scary, even if the person doesn't harm anyone, yet help isn't as simple as seeking mental health treatment. So sharing some examples, one woman hears voices all the time. She shared it's like a noisy restaurant where everybody's talking at once. You can sometimes hear specific words, but mostly you just hear the din. And the noise makes it hard to remember things, focus, or have a conversation, and the voices don't like her. After trying many meds, one med finally dulled the voices a little bit so she could function better, but the medication causes depression and weight gain, so now the voices hate her more and call her a fat pig. She's always hearing, thinking, and speaking around and above the voices in her head. I don't know if I could even be functional through all that. One man called me and told me that he and his wife were kicked out of apartments and shelters because she's yelling all the time, because she's seeing horrific things happening to other people. But we can't see those things. If we did, we'd probably be yelling too. He shared that this happened slowly and meds haven't helped. He loves her but doesn't know how to save her. He promised to be with her through thick and thin, good and bad. So if they can't live in a place and shelters can't take her, he's going to live with her on the streets because he signed up for life. One lady struggles with multiple personalities that yell often, so she has to stay outside. We can't have her in the shelter. She came to our door in total tears one night, explaining that she's exhausted and just wants to sleep, but they are screaming. She wonders if we have earplugs. We gave her earplugs and hot cocoa, and the voices still screamed. In a very real way, this is happening to her, not by her. And she wishes they were gone. She came back to the door in tears and complete exhaustion and handed me back the earplugs and told me they don't work. What can you say to that? We live among warriors, and they're often shunned, feared, and treated as if they're vermin, dangerous, subhuman. Yet mental illness can happen to any of us at any time in life for any reason or for no reason. It could be your friend, your parent, your child, or you. There's a quote that I love, Halloween, a day that we get it right. Strangers come to us, beautiful, ugly, odd, or scary, and we accept them all without question. We compliment them, treat them kindly, and give them good things. Why don't we live like that? Thank you.
Talia Turner and Bob Courtwright.
Hello, I'm Talia Turner, and I live in Keizer. Forgive me, I don't really know how to speak C-SPAN. My daughter is in elementary school right now. I don't know how much thinking you guys generally do, but like try to put yourself back to when you were in when you were in elementary school. It was generally a time where I was surrounded by friends, and it was pretty cheery, even when it was not usually fun. But now I want you to imagine yourself in elementary school at recess, hearing that ice might be at the school, and I want you to ask yourselves if you're doing anything more than just performing allyship to oppose that's going on. I'm here for the candlelight vigil with Latinos Unidos Siempre, and they're making the emergency declaration demands $400,000 in emergency funds for impacted families. City council members must demand that Marion County drop federal and state lawsuit that challenges the Oregon Sanctuary Promise Act. Local law enforcement must end the use of undercover vehicles to improve public safety and reduce fear and confusion for families. Salem police must enforce criminal and traffic law violations against any ICE agents. All federal and immigration agents must identify themselves in our city. I'm not hopeful that you'll meet these, but I do want to kind of drive home that for your words of allyship to not be performative, you kind of have to do something besides be complicit. That's it.
Bob Courtwright and Phil Carver.
Mayor Hoy, councilors, I'm Bob Courtwright. I live in Ward 8. I'm here tonight on behalf of 350 Salem and talking about item 5D. You have written comments that we've submitted on the preferred scenario for reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Our message to you tonight is simple. This plan needs much more work. It identifies the right goals and outcomes, but it's missing the key ingredients that are needed to meet those goals. To meet our greenhouse gas emission goals, we need to reduce driving by 30%. The plan's major strategy for doing this is to roughly triple the number of trips that we make by walking, cycling, and transit. That's the right strategy. The problem with the plan that we want you to understand and address is that it doesn't include the kind of comprehensive actions that are needed to achieve this goal. Instead, it proposes modest steps like building more sidewalks, expanding bike lanes, and building more transit service. But there's no evidence in the detailed planning effort that's been done to show that those efforts will meet those goals. The analysis simply assumes that we will triple the share of trips that are made by walking, cycling, and transit. That's not adequate to get us there. In addition, the strategy for increasing walking and biking transit trips falls way short of addressing the major thing that the city can do to accomplish that objective, and that's to get most housing and other new development in walkable, mixed-use neighborhoods. The science of reducing VMT, vehicle miles traveled, is clear. People who live in highly walkable, mixed-use neighborhoods drive less and walk, bike, and take transit more than people who live outside such areas. State plans and rules recognize that and say we should be planning for 30% of our housing in walkable, mixed-use neighborhoods. But the preferred scenario that you're forwarding to the state, or proposing to forward to the state, only includes about half that amount of land or housing in such areas. So again, our key conclusion for you is that this preferred scenario is missing the key ingredients that you need to accomplish this goal. What we're hoping that you will do is, first, aim for that 30% target in the plans that the city is doing to get most of our housing in walkable mixed-use neighborhoods and along the core transit network. Second, the city should be using the upcoming transportation system plan update that's supposed to start soon to include a detailed plan and the supporting analysis for actually accomplishing that goal of getting a tripling of bike, walk, and mode trips. We look forward to working with the Planning Commission and your staff and you as those efforts move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Phil Carver.
Good evening, Mayor and City Councilors. For the record, I'm Philip Carver. I live at 1007 Newport Drive, Southeast, 97306, and I am one of the two co-coordinators of 350 Salem. We have hundreds of members in the city of Salem. My first point is that adopting this plan, if you do adopt it later in this agenda, you're making a serious promise to meet these vehicle mile travel goals. And if not, if you really are not serious about meeting these goals, you should send the plan back to the staff to revise it. Meeting these goals will require substantial changes in the transportation system plan and in zoning and planning. And specifically, the mayor and the city councilors will need to do more, be more aggressive in supporting more dollars for chariots in your meetings with the legislature and your lobbying of the legislature and in public votes. There are many other benefits of meeting these goals than just reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Infill and walkable mixed-use neighborhoods do three things. They lower the cost of city-built infrastructure. This saves the city money. The building in far-flung areas of the city costs a lot more than infill or mixed-use walkable neighborhoods. People like this kind of housing, and they need this kind of housing. This type of housing is much more affordable than standard single-family housing. It's more affordable because the dwellings are smaller, and we need smaller dwelling units because our family sizes are shrinking. We have more older people, and we're not having as many children. And so that means smaller family sizes. And most importantly, if we can have areas where you don't need to own a car, or sometimes need to only own one car rather than two cars, that saves the households 20% of their annual expenditure if you don't own a car. And that's a huge saving. So it's smaller dwellings and not needing to own a car is part of affordable housing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. That's all we have for public testimony. We are moving on to the consent calendar. And I believe, Councilor Nordyke, you have something to say about the consent calendar?
I do, Madam Mayor. Thank you. Now, I'd like to declare a potential conflict of interest with regards to items 3.3A and 3.2, hold on a second, 3.2B, potential conflict of interest as it could provide a financial benefit or detriment to a relative. So for that reason, I will not be participating in the vote, and I'd like to know what the city attorney would recommend in terms of my participation on the remainder of the consent agenda.
Can you clarify, was it 3.2A and B you had potential conflicts on?
That is correct, 3.2A and 3.2B, but there are still some other items. There's a 3.3A, B, and C, and I'm not declaring a conflict with regard to anything under 3.3 or its subsections.
Council President, if you could just pull those two items from consent, we'll consider them under special orders of business.
So which two?
3.2A and B will move to the special orders of business.
Thank you.
All right, Councilor Nishio, get to the consent
Let's see
calendar.
if I can pull this off. All right, so
I'm sorry. I'm sorry to interrupt, Mayor. We have two individuals that didn't sign up. They've driven quite a long ways to speak to item number 2, and they're wondering if they can speak at this time.
I personally am okay with that. Does anybody have objection? Okay, nope. I just need names. Please come forward and make sure that green light's on. Announce your name, your ward, or your address for the record.
Good evening. My name is John Koch, and I'm from Ward 5, and I represent Community Medical Services. I am the Director of Community and Public Relations over at Community Medical Services, which is currently an opioid treatment program. This is our first location in Oregon, and I'm here to talk to you guys today about what we do and a little bit of what we're experiencing currently at this site. This site is located at 702 Church Street, and we've been in this building for about 2 years now. What we do is we provide opioid treatment. We know that there was an opioid epidemic. I myself am very proud to be standing in here tonight, as I was a person that was homeless for 7 years, experienced incarceration, and was addicted to opioids for a very long period of time. And now today I get to come up here and represent a company that is helping to help other people every single day. And so what we do is we provide medication-assisted treatment. It's the gold standard for people that have been using fentanyl, heroin, painkillers, and so on. We also provide counseling, peer support, nursing, doctor's visits, and just wraparound care for a person. We do not believe in wait lists. I actually like to refer to them as death lists, because people with opioid addiction die while they're waiting to get into treatment places. And I have 30 dead people in my phone, at least right now. So I'm here today to talk about what we're experiencing at this location. Since we've been open, what we normally would expect for people to be in the clinic is there's barriers being put up. Our people have to come into treatment every day or every couple days when they first start, and as you can imagine, being in outpatient care, their brains and the way that they are thinking can be very discombobulated at that time. Currently, we have a neighbor, Hope, by Northwest Human Services, that I specifically love what they're doing in trying to help people. What I don't love is what's going on out front of our building as part of that. As part of that, over the past few weeks, I've witnessed people having sexual relations in front of my property. I've witnessed people selling drugs, and I have witnessed weapons. I'm scared for the people that we treat, as it's not safe and it's not a good recovery environment for them. So what I'm asking is for any feedback or any help in how we can address the neighbor, as I don't want them to get in trouble or anything like that. I just want to help people. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, and congratulations on your sobriety. Okay, the next person who came of distance to speak, come on down, please. Oh, okay. Thank you so much. All right, then we are going to get back into the consent calendar. Councillor Nishioka, did you have time to organize your thoughts there? Okay.
I move for approval of the consent calendar with moving items 3.2A and 3.2B to special order of business.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Councillor, anything to your motion?
Yes. So the consent calendar consists of 3.1A, draft minutes, draft city council minutes, and from January 7th, and draft city minutes from January 12th. 3.2A is being moved. 3.2B is being moved. 3.3A authorizes the creation of a mid-year sanitary sewer project at West Salem's pump station. 3.3B authorizes settlement and execution of a settlement agreement between city and the former employee on terms set forth in this report. 3.3C authorize city manager to resolve the matter of workers' compensation claim in the amount of $550,000. Payment will be made from the city's self-insurance claim form. And that concludes what we will be consent calendaring.
Great. Does anyone have any questions on the consent calendar items? Seeing none, will the recorder please call the roll?
Councillor Vang?
Aye.
Councillor Nordyke?
Aye.
Councillor Varney?
Aye.
Councillor Tigan?
Aye.
Councillor Nishioka?
Aye.
Councillor Matthews?
Aye.
Councillor Gwynn?
Aye.
Councillor Brown?
Aye.
Mayor Julie Hoy?
Aye. All right, moving on, that we have no public hearings and we have many special orders of business. We'll start with item 5A, the consideration of Marion County regulations for street vendors. Mitch, I believe, is coming forward.
Good evening. Thank you for having me tonight. My name is Mitch Nichols. I'm the Compliance Services Manager for the City of Salem. And I'm here tonight to talk about the Marion County street vending rules and the regulations and the ordinance they've just adopted this past summer. I'm going to give you a highlight on it and pull out some of the, not pulling out anything, but just giving an overview of the ordinance and how it functions and how it would function inside the city if you were to opt in. I'll also follow it up with my recommendation, or our recommendation. To introduce the ordinance, it was 2507-19. It amends Marion County Code Chapter 1010, allows for the option of extension of Marion County Enforcement Authority inside city boundaries and vendor licensing. The purpose of the county amendment, first and foremost, is to improve safety for street vendors and the public, enhance traffic flow on roads and sidewalks, protect property and owners and consumers, and ensure better emergency vehicle access to the park sites or the staging areas. The county definition of street vendors is any person or entity offering street vendor products for sale at a non-permanent location within a public road or within 50 feet, of a public road right-of-way. That's a pretty good setback, pretty substantial. The requirements, they must have a license by the county and they must have insurance, and as the county testified earlier, they're also required to comply with the county health laws. Legal access, the vendor operational restrictions, legal access from public roads, safe and legal parking, written permission from property owners if on private property. There's an exception to that where if the business actually on the property is operating the vendor stand or the vendor location, then they're not required to license. Operational hours are 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. and restrictions on location and obstruction. And obstruction would be the parking or location of a vehicle or signage so as to obstruct line of sight on a roadway or a sidewalk where people can't actually see around it when they're trying to exit or enter the road. The city street mobile vendor licensing, the SRC requirements, business license for mobile food units and street vendors, proof of health and sanitary licenses is required, inspection of vehicles, carts, and licenses. Vendors licensed by the city operating within the city are exempt from county enforcement. And I made that clear with Commander Robards when I first met with them to talk to them about how this would function if the sheriff's officers or county code enforcement was enforcing within the city boundaries. I wanted to clarify that people licensed within the city were okay and exempt from that. The enforcement and penalties are pretty substantial. These are our penalties, civil penalties of up to $2,000 per violation per day, license revocation for noncompliance. And the county also included an option for impounding vendor goods and carts for violations. And when, as they discussed with the meat vendor that they were talking about, or the warm meats, that would be one where you might think about doing something like that to get it out of the public domain. The city code requirements, no semi-permanent locations in public right-of-way. We prefer you not to be in the right-of-way when you're vending. Permits required for traditional street vending, which is the ice cream trucks and so forth that you see plying the residential areas. Regulations for vendors on private property. Our planning department does a really good site plan review for any vendors that are sitting up at a single location for any length of time. That gives us an opportunity to look at zoning, signage, and all the related bells and whistles that we enforce when we do those site inspections. Staff recommendations are to opt into county enforcement for 180 days, trial period on Lancaster Drive and Cordon Road only. The potential for improved compliance and resource allocation can help us address unlicensed activity near city and county boundaries. And this speaks to the challenge that they are having with a vendor being cited in the county but then moving across the street to the city. What we'd like to do is come back in February with an ordinance, and I'm ad-libbing this because January 12th has passed, and a review after 180 days for continuation of your decision, if you choose to opt in. I have had a good conversation with Commander Robards, and I'm confident that they can do a fair job of enforcement. I'm also interested in seeing how they'll interact with us, and I would like to work with the county as closely as possible with them on this enforcement so we can address any issues they find in the city if it is in city ordinance that's being violated. I'd be happy to take any questions. But in conclusion, importance of the updated regulations and safety and compliance leads to more collaboration between the city and county and more effective enforcement. Your questions, please.
Yes, Councillor Tigan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Sorry to be first on the jump for all these good conversations. I'm curious, Mr. Nichols, thank you again and for all your work in the compliance division. How many staff do you have to enforce the city's licensing and things like that around food vendors like this?
Well, currently we have food vendors in every district, in all 6 police districts, and we are just now hiring our 6th code enforcement officer. We're in a recruitment for that to get that person trained up and ready to go in about 6 months. We handle residential, commercial, industrial complaints all the time, and we have a very substantial list of complaints to respond to. Vendor complaints don't have that, we don't receive that many of them inside the city. They do a good job of managing their own sites. They're familiar with the rules, and they have been visited on site, and they have been inspected. And they will reach out to us when, in fact, they find another vendor operating without a license. So we've got a good rapport with them right now, the ones in the city. We have not addressed those in the county, however.
Can I just clarify your answer?
Sure.
So are you saying you have 6 staff that are specifically working on food vendors, or you have 6 compliance officers and food vendors are part of their job?
They are part of their job, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Sir Nishioka, did you have something?
I did. Thank you very much. And again, thank you, Mr. Nichols, for being here and your presentation. Do you feel that this is going to be best for the city because you are overloaded with the responsibilities? And I'm, again, just trying to understand, it sounds like the county came to us, not us to them. And so I guess I would just like to understand the city's feeling on this 6-month trial, and what would you be judging the benefits if it eased up the work for our code compliance officers, or if it was able to do something else?
We would look at the efficacy of the program itself. Is it reaching the people it needs to reach? Is it delivering the information they need in a timely manner? Is their communication piece really robust? Ensuring that the people that are subject to the rules really understand them well. Those are all things that are part and parcel to a great enforcement program. Working with the county is it's something we do periodically, but more through interlocal agreements and so forth, where we wouldn't have that type of agreement. We'd be opting into an ordinance to allow them to enforce within our boundaries, within the municipal boundaries of the city of Salem. And I haven't got examples where I can look at and see where that has been successful or not. So I'm interested in that 180-day trial period to really flesh out some of the do's and don'ts of the program and see what, if anything, needs to be tweaked before we move it further down the road.
Thank you. So again, just clarifying, with the data that's going to be provided in the 180 days, I guess what I'm trying to understand is what is it that you're looking at? And I'm also going to ask a quick question. Is this going to just be on the border of the city and the county on Lancaster, and that's it? I just want confirmation on that.
So that is correct. Lancaster and Cordon Road will be the only 2 streets where the enforcement would be allowed in that 180-day period. We wouldn't come further into the city than that. This gives us an opportunity to look at a concentrated area, look at the number of violations written, look at the number of compliance orders given, look at the number of voluntary compliance issues. That the more voluntary compliance we get, the more confidence we're going to have with it. You know, it's not, I don't envision just these, you know, swarms of enforcement officers having time to go out and enforce every day in this kind of environment. It's kind of pick your fights as you can. The information that we don't have is what's a challenge for us, and that's getting it, especially from unlicensed vendors. That's really difficult for us to run down because they've done a good job of masking their identities and stuff, and we don't know who they are. We know where they're at, though.
Councillor Matthews.
So from the enforcement and penalties slide, I was just trying to figure out, so the civil penalties up to $2,000 per violation, license revocation for noncompliance, and county can impound vendor goods and carts for violation. So are the first two there, are those through our SRC that they'd be enforcing?
Those are,
And then the third one would be their own county law
the county,
that they
right.
would be enforcing.
And I wanted clarification from the county that if they were enforcing in the city, that they found a city licensed vendor, that vendor was off limits.
Okay.
They're operating, as long as they're operating in close. They can call us if there's a problem, and we'll go out and do the investigation.
Okay. And then just would they go to municipal court then for, like, if let's say that there was a penalty or a violation per day, does that actually go to a municipal court?
No, it's a quasi-judicial process in front of a hearings officer.
Okay.
So they have an opportunity to appeal any violation we write. Yeah.
Okay.
I can't speak for the county appeal process, however.
Right. Okay.
Councillor Nishioka.
Thank you. Some clarity. Are these primarily food trucks, or are they vendors that may not even have a vehicle and they're standing there selling goods?
So both. There's a lot of food vendors, but they're by and large are probably the most compliant. The pop-up ones that I've seen are animal vendors selling puppies and kittens. There's also stuffed animal toys and stuff like that just pop up on a property or in a parking lot. And this past weekend was a great example. I drove down Lancaster on Sunday and was stunned at the amount of vendors that were there on Sunday that weren't there during the week. And I couldn't imagine, you know, I tried to picture in my mind whether it was in the county or city at the time. Just wondered how big a job the county's going to have.
Thank you.
You bet.
Councillor Norbeck.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So walk me through a couple, maybe a hypothetical in terms of how this would work. Let's say we adopt the county's ordinance and there's a vendor on the city side of property who's out of compliance with that. Would we collect the enforcement fee, or would Marion County under those circumstances?
So when we do the enforcement, and it's a violation of city code, we would collect the fee if there is a fee imposed. If the county does it, we're going to have a conversation about that because that hasn't been a part of the situation. We did not discuss the hearing and appeal process with Commander Robart.
Right, because obviously that's the only cost recovery mechanism that you have.
Right. Exactly.
So that's a really important detail to hammer out.
Yeah, it is.
The other question I had was a question that I brought up earlier. Have the vendors been approached? Do they know that this is coming? Do they know that we're being asked tonight to make this agreement, to adopt this? Do they know that the Marion County has already passed this rule? I'm just wondering, and has that engagement been in Spanish or any other languages?
So I have not participated in any outreach whatsoever. As far as the county is concerned, I had asked that question of Commander Robards, and he said he wasn't familiar with any outreach, but he thought there would be some. I haven't seen any to date. I haven't talked to any vendors that actually had received any notices from the county telling them that this was coming. I saw no public meetings.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
Councillor Gwynn.
So you said Sunday you drove down Lancaster and saw vendors. So I'm just curious, is this going to be a complaint driven by Marion County, or are they going to drive down on a Sunday and pull over and talk to these folks?
So their sheriff's deputies work 24/7, and their code enforcement staff work pretty much like ours do, 5 days a week. So I would say weekend enforcement, if it's up to anyone at the county, it'll be up to the sheriff's officers to do the stopping and the talking. I haven't, well, I wish I had had more time to speak with Commander Robards, because he'd done a pretty good job of putting it all together, but he just wasn't as available as I needed him to be. At the end of the day, the enforcement part is really going to have to be nailed down well, because we don't want to confuse the vendors, and that's our biggest concern, is confusing the vendors. The communications that could have been given to them, if they weren't shared with us. So I wish I had better information for you.
Councillor Matthews.
I'm going off of memory of the Marion County representative that was here a little earlier, but it sounded like they had a kind of a tiered system of their enforcement, that it didn't sound like they went in with penalties initially, right? They go in with an education structure, and then another education structure, and then a penalty.
Right.
Is that right? And I'm assuming this is predominantly unlicensed vendors, and so I'm not sure how we would necessarily, how the county or us would directly reach out to anyone when we don't know exactly who they are.
Yeah, we have to approach them. We actually have to physically go to the property and knock on the door and ask them to speak with us, and notify them that we don't have a record of a license at that location, and ask them to get licensed. They'll be voluntarily, they can voluntarily comply at that point, and they're not required to pay a penalty immediately.
Gotcha. Okay.
Councillor Tigan.
Yeah, thanks, Mitch. I know lots of questions on this, so
of course.
Appreciate standing on as we go through it. But the thing that I know the Marion County Sheriff has a wide variety of responsibilities, right? And so when I hear it going from city code enforcement, which is civil and not necessarily part of our law enforcement structure, and going to the county and the sheriff and their law enforcement structure, and I know they do civil enforcement as well, but just walk me through from a vendor's perspective. It feels a little bit different for a city code compliance officer saying, hey, the temperature of your food isn't right, to a sheriff saying, hey, the temperature of your food isn't right. Like that feels significant to me, and I'm just curious, maybe it's different in the county, and it is the sheriff that's doing that sort of inspection of county sites, but just kind of working through that.
Sure. From what I understand is the county code enforcement officers will be the primary contacts for the vendors. They're only working 5 days. They may have to modify their schedules to work on weekends if that's the case. That hasn't been shared with me or us. What I do know is that when the sheriff's officers approach anyone, of course, it's in their official capacity as a sheriff. And that is quite a bit different than a code enforcement officer that's not dressed in carrying weapons and so forth. So the messaging is really difficult from that perspective, and it may not result in the type of compliance we're after. Voluntary compliance is good, but it depends on who's delivering the message and how that message is being delivered as well.
Councillor Matthews.
Is the county representative still here, or is he already left? He's already left. Okay, that's unfortunate. Mitch, I don't know if you'll know this or not. So like with the temperature scenario, it wouldn't be your code enforcement officer or the county code enforcement officer that would actually check that. That would be the health inspector that would check that. Yes. It would be a matter of if a vendor is using coolers, it's likely that the temperature of those may be out of scope. Right. And so especially if they're unlicensed and they're using a cooler, we'd be going after the licensing aspect. Is that right? It wouldn't necessarily be the health aspect.
That's correct.
Okay.
Some of the majority of complaints we see deal with obstruction, a sign too close to a sidewalk or obstructing a driveway entrance and stuff like that. And it's pretty easily remedied voluntarily because they're attended carts. When we visit with them, they're immediate. They respond and voluntarily correct it. Just sometimes they hire new people that don't know how to do the setup, and so the new person doesn't set up exactly the way the person that knew how to do it did. So we just do a little education and move on.
Councillor Rang, did you have something?
I did, Mayor, thank you. So I'm trying to understand how widespread this issue is. Has the county, when the county approached the city, have they provided you the data they've collected on how many they've cited on their side and then crossed over to the city side and the county isn't able to do anything? I see you shaking your head, and so I think the answer is no.
Yeah, they didn't provide that, and I didn't have the benefit of listening to the hearing where the commissioners adopted that back in July, I think. That would have given me some insight, I think, that would have been helpful tonight.
Thank you. I appreciate all the work that you've put forward in bringing this proposal. Can you share with us what the county-city collaboration looks like in a situation that does happen, where they cross over into the city property in the city, and the county reaches out to city enforcement to address the issue? Like, what does that process look like? Is there a process? Is it ad hoc?
So right now, they do call us periodically when that happens, but it's not with any structure that I'm aware of. I haven't received any of those calls. Perhaps our officers have. You know, what it looks like for me is that when the sheriff's officers are allowed to enforce, or the county code enforcement officer are allowed to enforce inside city boundaries, they will enforce their code, right? But if that vendor is licensed by the city, they are off limits. And if there is a violation, they'll call us, and we'll finish the investigation for them, because it's our rules that are being broken, not theirs. So if they suspect a violation of city code, then the expectation is they'll call us. And I'll memorialize that in writing.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Gwynn.
So if that's the case, does your staff have the capacity to respond to those calls with only 6 in the entire city?
We get to them. Sometimes I try and help out myself, and particularly if I know if there's an officer in the field in that area, it's helpful to send them over as quickly as possible. Those types of violations, there is a modicum of public safety to concern ourselves with, and that's also a priority for the county. So we want to get to those as a higher priority call. So something else will get bumped.
Well, I want to thank you for the report, Mitch. It is it's an issue out on Lancaster. It's very apparent, and it's very disconcerting to see food products that pop up in the night or on the weekend, and you don't know where it's come from, and there's no license for the business. It is an issue, and I believe this is a great opportunity for the city and the county to try to work together in a complicated geography.
Agreed.
If you haven't been out on Lancaster, our particular business is in the county property. Directly across the street is city. Next to them is city. Next to us is county. It just goes all over the place out there, and it makes it very hard for education and enforcement. So I think a 6-month opportunity to see what we could do together and how it would work, and you'll come back with something to bring an ordinance that would give us more details on how we would communicate with the county on this, what the interactions would look like.
Yes.
So I personally am in favor of this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Matthews.
I want to go back I'm so sorry, to go back to the penalty aspect, and I assume there aren't a lot of collections on this traditionally, is that right? I mean, I see there's a $2,000 penalty, but are we traditionally charging a $2,000 penalty very often?
The only time we actually see payment is typically when a home or property sells, and that there's been a lien filed in the city lien docket, and it's paid off by the purchaser, or the seller at the point of sale. That's when we see the money. most often. Otherwise, those liens remain in the docket. As you know, we've got a lien forgiveness program that we're working with right now to help people overcome, spend the money on the abatement instead of giving it to the city.
Right.
But the long-term gain for that is pretty substantial. We get properties rejuvenated and put back to use. So we're hopeful that's gotten a good response so far, and there's still people interested in it. So we're hopeful that we won't see a lot of penalties in getting collected if we get a lot of voluntary compliance.
Well, and those are, I think what you're mostly talking about is like residential liens, but
Most
I'm
of
more
those
thinking
are.
about with this vendor program specifically. Do we see a lot of vendor liens that we do, a lot of vendor penalties, anything not traditionally? And so, I mean, I do want to know, I guess, how the structure of the payment situation is going to be if this were to move forward. I think that still is the only piece that I'd be a little, just not even concerned, but just curious about. I guess I think it would make sense in some scenarios for the county to expect payment for their services. On the flip side, I'd like to see what ends up coming. I guess for me, I can understand the county's need here in the fact that we have an alternative need against state property, right? We're in this situation on state property regularly where we clean up our side and we need the state to do something and they don't, or whatever. And so I get that concept. And so I think for 180 days, for a pretty close eye, I think it's reasonable to me, but definitely with a close eye to make sure that it's not too punitive, to make sure there's not, too much enforcement, if that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll track compliance as closely as possible to get that data back here for our 6-month update.
I would just like to add maybe to include materials for the sheriff's department so that when they do go out and they do have interactions, they get the education they need to come into compliance.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Councilor Nishioka.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. This question is directed to our city attorney. I think some of us have sort of expressed some concerns that may not be clear in this agreement, and I'm wondering if we should get those clarified before we vote on this motion.
Dan Atchison, City Attorney. The one question about the fines and penalties associated. If Marion County is doing the enforcement, it's their penalty, so that would go directly to them. So there's no confusion on that. It's their enforcement, it's their penalty. They would receipt it. I'm not sure of any other ambiguities that need to be resolved.
Does anyone have any thoughts on that?
Okay, am I being called on? I'm not sure, but I think there was some questions raised about how Marion County, the process for how this county ordinance came about, and then I had my questions about how widespread this issue is. So I think, to me, those are good points to have additional information for before I can decide which way to go about with this program.
We can certainly work with the county to see if we can bring back more information on how they came about with their ordinance and any kind of data they have regarding enforcement issues. The next step in this process, if council approves this recommendation, would be for us to bring back an ordinance to consent to the county enforcing within the city under this trial program. In speaking to their county attorney, he had hoped it could go through, I believe, the month of August, which is usually their high enforcement season, and that would allow them to complete cases that initiate during the summer.
Councilor Matthews.
City Attorney, I had a question just for clarity on your explanation of kind of where the funds would go or any citation fees. So it sounded to me like some of the penalties they would be possibly utilizing would be SRCs. And so if that's the case and it goes to a hearings officer, do we pay for that hearings officer because it's a Salem code, or do they pay for the officer or the hearings officer because they're doing the enforcement?
Sorry for the confusion on that. No, they would be using their own penalty structure and their own hearings officer for enforcement of cases. So it's the $2,000 up to $2,000 a day civil penalty was referenced into the city's civil penalty structure. So I don't know what the county's penalties would be for this.
Got it.
Councillor Nordyke.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't feel that I have enough information at this point to feel comfortable approving this. I have not heard that the people who would be impacted the most by this ordinance have had any input. And I have heard nothing, no evidence whatsoever that there's been engagement by the county. And this is a new ordinance. I don't know how many times they've enforced their own ordinance. I don't know how many fines they've placed. We heard concerns that the food may be unsafe. I'd like to know how many food safety violations we're talking about. We heard the term human trafficking getting thrown out. Where's your data for that? I am more than happy to entertain ordinances to ensure the safety of our food supply, the safety of our vendors, the safety of our workers. I'm all in favor of all those things, but I need to see some data to indicate that this is necessary. And if the county wants us to jump on board with this, then you need to show me the numbers in order for me to feel that this is an appropriate thing. And again, this is a new ordinance, and I think they're probably still working out the kinks. And I also have concerns about our own ability to enforce it. I've worked with our code enforcement officers. They are extremely busy. This is a city that is growing every day. They deal with all kinds of code violations all over the city. I remember years ago when they came to us asking for us to provide them with bulletproof vests because their work sometimes takes them to some very unsafe areas. So that was a request that they made of this council years ago. So I would be more than happy to work with the county on this, but I would like to see the answers to the questions posed by my colleagues tonight. I'd like to see more data demonstrating that this ordinance is suitable and appropriate. And if you want to bring that back to us, there's no reason to wait until another few months. I'd be more than happy to entertain this as soon as you can get the information you need. Okay. Thank you.
Anyone else? All right, thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right. Do you want to speak to the motion?
So I shall read the motion. I move to allow Marion County to enforce the amended Marion County street vendor rules enumerated in Marion County Chapter 10.10 inside the Salem city limits.
Second.
We have a motion and a second by Gwynn. Anything further to the motion? Councillor Teigen.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll just state I appreciate both the county and the city for their presentation. For me personally, I'm not going to support this motion or this 180-day trial period. I do feel like the boundary between Salem and the county is already very confusing, and we're sort of putting double jurisdictional authority over this boundary. And I've heard a lot from the business community about making businesses easier to run, about not putting more rules upon folks. And this is one place where it seems like Salem has rules. We have the staff to enforce those rules. Marion County has rules. They have the staff to enforce their rules. By giving Marion County authority to come over into Salem and start enforcing their rules on our side, or I didn't even think we had a really great depiction of what we're actually doing in the meeting. The folks that I think about in their food carts and things like that, those are food carts that turn into restaurants. They're sort of the engine of our culinary scene. And so I'm just going to say that this doesn't feel right to me, so I'm not going to be supporting it.
Councillor Matthews.
I'm sorry, I guess this is a clarifying question. So we're kind of talking about businesses as a whole, I suppose, in this scenario, but it's my understanding this is really predominantly unlicensed. So it's not businesses that are traditionally turning into a restaurant per se, or in this business community, it's unlicensed vendors. Is that right? Mitch is nodding yes. Okay.
Councillor Tigan?
I mean, I guess you won't know that they're unlicensed unless you go up there and talk to them. And so I think that's part of to me, the jurisdictional question and confusion. Now, I think the best way to clarify our jurisdictional question is to, annex Marion County's property out to Cordon Road, but I'm sorry, it's not going to happen. That would definitely clear up the jurisdictional questions, but short of that, I think this enforcement across the lines to me is just, I've said my piece.
Well, I'll add to that, Councillor Tigan. I think then the city of Salem needs 24-hour code compliance, because those pop-ups are happening after business hours, and they're many of them, I'm sure, operating out of unsafe kitchens, and it's unsafe for our community to be consuming food like that. So that's really the truth. Councillor Brown, I understand you may have a comment.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Just sitting here listening, and I want to follow Councillor Nordike's input and her reflection, because she asked for data. She's looking for numbers, and I stand with her. It's like, show me or show us what's going on behind the scenes. Because on one hand, we say these individuals do not have licenses, but I've yet to hear what these individuals look like. And what I mean by that is, who are these individuals? Are these primarily Hispanic business owners? But how can they be a business owner if they don't have a license? And so my concern is for Mitch and even the county, come back with some real data so we'll understand. Because if you want me to vote on something, you need to put your cards on the table. If not, let it go. If the county wants to come in and do something, then let the county come in here and do it. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Anyone else? Councillor Bain.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Tigan kind of took the words out of my mouth. I agree that I'm a little hesitant to vote yes on this agenda item. Just a couple weeks ago, we had the Salem Chamber come and present to us, and their ask was to do no harm, to not over-regulate or overburden our small businesses, as they are the engine to our city and making our city more livable. And I appreciate the energy and effort put into bringing this proposal to council, but as I'm reading the staff report, something that really catches my eye and makes me even more hesitant to move forward with this is, in the report itself, it says, city staff believe that the city code adequately protects the public and are specific to the regulations and licensing of these activities within the city. Opting into the county ordinance has the potential to cause confusion for the public and the jurisdiction, given the difference between the county's and the city's regulations. And so I think Councillor Tigan brings up a good point about how we're putting jurisdiction regulations over each other and causing even more confusion when that's not our intent. And so, and it goes back to my initial question of, where's the data? How widespread is this problem? Like, I want to see that we are actually going to be adopting ordinances that are addressing something that our community really needs. And if the data is there and the presentation is clear to me, then I think it's worth considering. But as it is right now, I just don't think I can vote yes on this motion. Thank you.
Yes, Councillor Nordike.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Tigan, Brown, and Vang. I agree and appreciate your comments. Yeah, we just heard from the business community, please don't overregulate us. We just had a group of business leaders seated in this auditorium telling us, please don't overburden us with fees and taxes and regulations. And so I'm very mindful of that. And I don't feel the business community has been consulted on this change, which would have, because that's what unlicensed vendors are. They're business owners too. They may not have a fancy, brick and mortar establishment yet, but they're business owners too. And they should be treated with respect and dignity, just like someone who has a brick and mortar store. So I feel that that's important. And I'm also mindful of the fact that there's very well could be an educational barrier here, a language barrier here, and I'm not seeing that addressed. And I feel that if we're going to be transparent in making changes in what we do as a city, when it concerns people who are just trying to make a living in this town, that we need to do our part. We need to do the outreach, bring the outreach to them. Bring the pieces of paper to them showing this is what we're thinking of doing for the regulation of food trucks, street vending, any outdoor sales. Did you know? And here's how to sign up. Here's how to provide testimony. Here's the name of your counselor. Here's the name of your representatives. Your opinion matters. And so I feel that this is really important. For all those reasons, I'll be voting no.
Councillor Quinn.
So I'm really conflicted, not only because I feel like that there's things that are not being said, which it seems like what the county is after is what Mitch was talking about, the Sunday drive where folks are selling oranges or they're selling stuffed animals or flower arrangements, whatever it is, on the side of the street. But the county's not being transparent with us as to what their concerns are and what they're after, in my opinion. Because I don't feel like it's only, they're talking about food vendors, so I automatically think food trucks. So I think about, and there's a 50-foot setback, so I think about the corn dog truck that is on Commercial Street, or was just a week and a half ago in front of Furniture Row, and it was right up next to the sidewalk. So are they in violation because they're not 50 feet back? What about the Thai truck on Candelaria and Commercial that sits almost right on the street? Are they in violation? You know what I mean? Like, I'm not exactly sure what it is they're after, and I feel like I need more information too.
Anything further? Councillor Matthews.
Two questions. Well, one comment, another question. I guess in my mind, I think about it a little bit the opposite. I think about the business owner that is paying the licensing fee and is now at a complete disadvantage because you're able to sell your product not paying the licensing fee for a lesser value because you're not following the rules. And so by us saying we're not going to do anything to increase our code enforcement to make it where we're going to require people to follow the rules that already exist in our code. And so we're not going to do that. And we're also not going to allow the county to take their offer of saying they'll pay their own staff to go and enforce the rules. It seems to me like a disservice to the businesses that are paying the fee that we're requiring them to pay. But nonetheless, it seems like we have a lot of questions to be answered. And so I guess before we just vote nay on this, which is probably where this whole thing is, just reading the tea leaves here, is there an opportunity to just put a pin in it until some of these answers can come back? Because it doesn't sound like anyone's fully closed off to the idea. It just sounds like everyone wants more info.
Councillor Matthews, would you be willing to make a substitute motion?
I asked the question earlier if we could postpone it, and so if that's what you want me to make a substitute motion about, I'd be happy to do that. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
You're welcome to make it. You were the first one that mentioned it, so I think it's appropriate as long as you're comfortable making it.
Very comfortable making it. I move to postpone this motion allowing county to enforce amended Marion County Street vendor rules until we have more information. And
Second.
I'd like to add to the motion, if I may, that in the meantime, we start a pretty rigorous effort at the city level to educate the vendors on Lancaster and Cordon Road.
that sounds fine. I'll second that.
Okay, Amy, are you okay with all that?
I'm okay if Dan's okay.
Maybe I'll explain what I thought I heard, and you guys can tell me if I got it right. So Councillor Nishioka's substitute motion was to postpone consideration of the item until council had more information, and I think based on council's discussion, we've got a pretty good idea of what information you're looking for. And then the mayor's amendment to the substitute motion was for staff to perform outreach with street vendors to educate them, I suppose, on the county's ordinance. Was that the idea?
And the city's ordinance as well.
And the city's ordinance. So based on that, I think I understand what you'd like.
To be clear, it would likely be the county's responsibility to educate those vendors on their ordinance.
We have no control over what the county does or doesn't do, so I can't speak to that.
But we can't add it to our ordinance and expect them to do it, right? So it would be in our ordinance or in this motion to have the city of Salem educate vendors on Lancaster and Cordon Road.
Correct.
Okay, so we vote first on. I apologize. Councillor Varney, did you have your hand up?
I did, but I think you've covered most of it because you addressed defining what we need to move forward and, should we postpone it and what sort of information we need. It sounds like we might need some code amendments and an intergovernmental agreement possibly, but I agree, we need more information at this point.
Thank you. Anything further?
So procedurally, since I get to be a parliamentarian, I'm just going to say that's one combined motion. That was a friendly amendment. So the motion on the floor is to postpone consideration until council has more information and for staff to do outreach with the street vending community.
Sounds good to me.
Sounds good to me too.
Okay, we have one motion to vote on. Will the recorder please call the roll?
Councillor Nordijk.
Aye.
Councillor Varney.
Aye.
Councillor Tigan.
No.
Councillor Nishioka.
Aye.
Councillor Matthews.
Aye.
Councillor Gwynn.
Aye.
Councillor Brown.
Nay.
Councillor Vang.
Nay.
Mayor Julie Hoy.
Aye. Motion passes. We're moving on to item 5B, Salem Fire Department, a mid-year update on the reintegration of ambulance service. Chief Gerboth, welcome to the podium.
Well, good evening, Mayor, Council President, City Council. Thank you for having me tonight as I present an informational item on the 6-month update since the Salem Fire Department has assumed ambulance service. I'll briefly discuss the history, our system volume, operational performance, fiscal performance, and the future of our system. In March 2024, the City Council approved the Salem Fire Department to reassume ambulance service effective July 1st in 2025. I cannot overstate the immense effort that was required to make sure that this service took place in such a short period of time. In a matter of months, we specified apparatus, secured ambulances, implemented dispatch changes, delivered IT services, secured facilities for personnel and supplies, modified fire stations, purchased equipment, established distribution processes for that equipment, built a budget, executed a human resource effort that hired more employees at one time than ever in the city's history. That included recruiting, hiring, training, securing uniforms, ensuring all operational and logistic needs were met to safely and effectively launch this life-saving service. I am going to move forward. This was certainly a massive undertaking, but this required coordination across all city departments, strong labor management coordination, an all-hands approach from our department workforce, and all this got done with a clear focus on improving service to the community while not impacting the general fund. So we brought on 60 new employees on July 1st. And 52 EMTs and paramedic, 8 support staff, exceptional employees that have been delivering exceptional work within the city of Salem. It's important to note, as I mentioned, that this is an enterprise fund. This is not general funded. This is funded through service delivery reimbursements and does not impact the general fund whatsoever. Brett, I don't know if you have a little adjustment because it's only pulling up part of the window there. Okay. Okay, is that as good as I'm going to get? All right. Okay, well, all right. Well, the EMS fund, we're paying for ambulance system, new EMS division headquarters, dispatch costs, IT, human resources, and fleet management. So system volume and performance. Our system volume was based on 54 transports per day. What we're doing currently in the first 6 months, we've seen 55.7 transports today, 3.2% of increase over anticipated transports. So we ended the year in 2025 with the most call volume we've ever seen in the city of Salem, over 36,000 calls. We had 1.3% increase in our fire volume and a 9% increase in our medical emergencies. So we are seeing increased volume and more volume than we anticipated when we started the system. Our interfacility transports, that is when we transport from one facility to another. Oftentimes that's an out-of-town transport. It might go from Salem Health to a hospital in Portland for a surgery. 276 times we've done that, and that was not included in these 55.7 transports today. I will tell you, you can see Keizer Fire Department has picked up the most of these. We concentrated on providing a 911 system that is going to serve this community, and to do that, we deferred many of the interfacility transports, and so I'll talk about that later. When we look at our system of compliance and our system performance, our response compliance, we're required to maintain a 90% goal between both counties that we serve, Marion County and Polk County. We're doing that, and we're exceeding that compliance, and we've done over 10,000 transports during the first 6 months. One of the areas that we look at, we'll look at the service that was provided previous. And one of the areas we look at is unit scheduled hours. So our previous provider was required to provide 1,030 hours per week of scheduled advanced life support unit hours. This fluctuated wildly. We only went back a year. If we go back another year, it's much worse than this. But it was inconsistent. We did not have consistent service. Since we took over on July 1st, we began with 1,080 hours, and currently we are staffing 1,168 hours a week. And at no time do we reduce our hours. If somebody calls off, we use overtime. If we have constant staffing, and so we don't have those system fluctuations that happened previously.
Chief?
Yes.
Councillor Tigan has a question.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to clarify that last slide, so that represents the amount of hours being scheduled by our former ambulance transport provider.
Not scheduled, actually delivered.
That's the delivered.
Correct.
Okay. So that's Falk, and then the blue line is Salem after
Yes,
that.
sir.
Okay, thank you.
Correct. Also, one of our metrics that we track for system delivery is level 0 duration. What level 0 is that is time where there is no ambulances available in our system. They're all consumed either on emergencies, they may be at the hospital offloading, but they're not available for a call. Again, if we went back, it would be even worse, but 175 hours a month at one point, that's almost 6 hours a day. Right now, we're down to about 27 minutes a day is what we're averaging. Oftentimes, we'll go in and out of level 0. We may have level 0 for 5 minutes, and then back into normal status as ambulances become available generally out of the hospital. So vastly improved system status. And what that has done for us is reduced our reliance on mutual aid. Up until we had the service, you can look back, and again, it would be worse, but almost over 500 calls of mutual aid per month. That's thousands of calls, right? Over 6,000 calls a year that other agencies were coming into the city of Salem and transporting patients. One is it's not efficient because they're coming from farther away. It's not as good a service. Second is we don't recover any of that revenue. That revenue is just leaving the city and it's going to other agencies. Since that happened, last month we had 46 mutual aid calls compared to well over 500. So we are definitely managing better and owning the city of Salem when it comes to our transports. Our fiscal performance. So when we look at our total budget that we created, currently our materials and services budget over the first 6 months has been 23.93% consumed, and our personnel services has been about 32%. We will see, so we're significantly below the budget numbers that we put forth. We will see our materials and service budget increase as we have additional write-offs, but we are definitely well within the budget that we set forth. When we look at our payer mix, this is how we get reimbursed, and we are still in a better position we thought with our payer mix. We thought we'd be about 80% of federal reimbursement. That's the Medicare and the Medicaid. We're about 76% right now, and our insurance is a little bit better. So we're actually seeing better reimbursements than we thought were going to happen. When we look at our total system charges and collections for the first 6 months, we have gross charges. Our net collections so far, $4.2 million. Our accounts receivable, about $12 million. And then as you see, our collections are now increasing. We mentioned 6 months before we really knew what the system was going to do. We're now in that 6 months, and we're seeing now our collections reach where they should be. So December, $1.2 million, and then we're already going to be probably over that by the end of January. So we're seeing the positive trend in the system with our personnel expense and our material service costs. We're in the positive, and we are trending in a healthy direction. When I mentioned that we're an enterprise fund and we support the other city services, any of the costs to run this system comes out of that enterprise fund. It does not impact the general fund, whether it's human resources, fleet, IT. The one thing really important here, though, is dispatch costs. For the 20 years prior, any time prior, dispatch costs were always paid by the general fund. Even when we had a private provider, those dispatch costs were paid by the general fund. This year, we're paying over $1 million out of the EMS fund to our dispatching costs, and that is a direct relief of over $1 million from the general fund. That doesn't include our balance. Right now, we have a positive cash balance of close to $1 million, and this is exclusive of our ground emergency medical transport augmentation that comes with Medicaid. It's important because this was talked about quite a bit on the roll up to establishing an ambulance service, and are we going to be sustainable without GEMT? That's how we built the system, was to make sure we were. We should get our first GEMT payment in May of this year. Obviously, it's only half a year, but we expect it to exceed over $2 million that'll go to the EMS fund. Moving forward, So we do have 2 pilot programs currently in existence, and then I'll talk about some of the others. But REACH, I had mentioned, we have mentioned that as Clean, Health, and Safety Initiative, easy for me to say. And we've talked extensively about the community health and response that they are providing. They went live on the 20th. I can tell you on the second day, everything that we were hoping to happen really happened on one call. We had REACH dispatched to a medical emergency, the doctor's offices in downtown. We are dispatching them initially to calls that we can relieve off our heavy equipment. So we relieved an engine company by responding to this call. When they responded, it was to an older lady that had Parkinson's. She has Parkinson's. She was in a crisis where she was shaking heavily, and the medical office wanted to transport her to the ER. And our REACH team and our medical health professional started talking to her and was calming her down. They got to the point where she was no longer shaking and found out that she was in a communal living arrangement where she was being abused. And it was a stress reaction that was being caused. It wasn't the Parkinson's, it was the stress that took place. We canceled the ambulance. We were able to call the police over. They took a report, and then we actually took her in the REACH vehicle to the Marion County Crisis Center where she could get respite and then start connecting with services. So we avoided an engine being dispatched, we avoided an ambulance being used, and we avoided an unnecessary visit to the ER on day 2. So those are the types of metrics that we're looking for and to continuing. Keizer Fire Department, I think Chief Russell is here tonight. I see him there. We have a great partnership with the Keizer Fire District through AutoAid, and then for their paramedic program. I mentioned mutual aid calls. Keizer Fire District was one of those fire departments that was providing thousands of transports out of the city of Salem every year. And because we have done, and by we, I mean the members, our EMS professionals, have done such an awesome job of owning the city and providing this exceptional service, Keizer Fire District, for example, one of their ambulances is no longer going on very many calls. And so is it even sustainable? So when I mentioned IFTs earlier, and we defer IFTs, we don't recover any of that revenue. We do have first right of refusal. We have entered into a revenue sharing agreement with Keizer Fire District. So now when we do get an interfacility transfer and we defer it to Keizer, Keizer will pick it up, and then we do get a portion of that revenue, which we never did before. It's a win-win for both Keizer and Salem. Additionally, when they're in the city, if they're not on an interfacility transport, they can help pick up a 911 call and avoid that level 0. So it's been an incredible partnership, and I think really some of the best of government. And moving forward, so we have made, I think what has been extremely successful about our system is that when we went into it, we were going to be nimble, and we knew that 6 months in was not going to look like day 1. And so when we started with 2 basic life support ambulances. We knew that there's some calls that don't require an advanced life support capable unit. It was not they were not well utilized. And so immediately we moved those into advanced life support. We reclassed 2 of our EMTs to paramedics, and it really increased the service delivery in the city. As we continue to look at data, level 0, where we have taken one of our peak hour ambulances that was on 10 hours a day, and right now we're filling with overtime to make it a 24-hour unit. And we have seen a reduction in the volume at night that was honestly oppressive for our crews. And so that has been highly successful. Later on, the next item is going to be asking for 2 additional EMTs and 2 additional paramedics, and that is to fully support that unit as we move forward. We are in the midst of one more operational deployment that will happen in the next couple of weeks, and that's just moving a couple of our ambulances around now that we have good data on how we can better serve the community and cover some of the areas during certain times of the day. We're moving forward there. And then going forward, we really need to look at operational necessities. We know we're going to need, we do need 2 more ambulances. We need to get those in the system. We need to establish a vehicle and equipment replacement fund, and
a fireball or something right outside here. Yeah.
we have one of our best battalion chiefs that's going to go handle that. So Chief Grice is exceptional. So as I mentioned, as we move forward, operational necessities and in addition to the ambulances, have an equipment replacement fund, and then I'm going to recommend that we have a reserve fund that's going to be in place to make sure that we do have contingency for our EMS fund. In closing, I really want to thank the elected officials, city leadership, the numerous city departments that assisted and still assist, our labor management relationship, and most importantly, the members of the organization that serve the city 24/7, 365. Our dispatchers taking those calls, our firefighters that helped train the new EMS workforce and covered overtime shifts on ambulances, and our EMS professionals who, with their dedication and this life-saving work to the city, is what has made this an incredible success. I am happy to answer any questions that you have.
Sorry, Chief, just a little distracted by the action outside. And great work. Really, I'm so impressed with what we've been able to do and look forward to more. Thank you, sir. Councillor Tigan.
Thank you. Next time I'll let someone else go first. I know other people might ask about overtime, and I think we'll get there with the conversation about adding EMTs, but considering sometimes you're at the mercy of like issue mashup when multiple things are on the agenda for the night. So I'm wondering if you've worked with the climate action staff to try and account for the number, the decrease in miles driven. When you say, you know, maybe hundreds of trips aren't happening into the city from outside, or if we're shifting from you know, full fire trucks down to ambulances, is there any sort of accounting for the, I don't know, the change in on the roads, gas burned, that sort of thing as a savings marker?
Out of all the, I think we have been an incredibly becoming and certainly getting to an incredibly data-informed organization. We have done nothing on climate act, so it's something we can certainly add to it, but we have not taken that into account now.
Okay, thanks.
Anyone else? Councillor Nordyke.
Thank you. So, Chief, I received some questions about the REACH team, and I think you're going to be repeating it over and over again. Can people contact REACH via 911?
If somebody calls 911, we will direct that resource if it's appropriate. Also, 988, if people are not familiar, 988 is our mental health phone number for mental health crisis, and depending on the call, they are being directed via that line as well.
Okay, and the reason I wanted to mention that is I think there was legitimate concern that people want to know, how do I get a hold of the REACH team? And I'm so glad that we're not coming up with a separate phone number, that instead our own dispatch is being trained to screen the calls just like they already do. They already determine whether to send an ambulance or whether to send an officer. They already do that work. So I knew the answers to your question, but I think it's important that we reiterate it over and over again. Our public safety professionals or 911 dispatchers are trained to help identify the right tool for the right job. So I just wanted to reiterate that.
Thank you. Yeah, it's important to note too that this is a partnership with Marion County right now for the pilot program. So we know that there is certainly a need on the west side. Absolutely. For now, during the pilot program, we're going to make sure that it is sustainable and where there's a return on investment. And if so, then we'll look to expand in Polk County as well.
Councillor Nishioka.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chief Gerboth. And I'm really pleased to see the need, because you're showing that needing these additional people will serve our city far better. So thank you for that. I also, as Councillor Nordyke brought up, the REACH program, I thank you for that information about just after what, day 2, the improvement on that. My guess is you might be coming back to us sometime showing how effective this program is, and we might need to entertain adding another REACH vehicle. So primarily I'm just saying thank you for the great work and for really getting everything so well organized and help for our community. Thank you.
Thank you. And it is because we have exceptional staff, and it is the people that are doing this work every day.
All right, well, anybody have any other comments or questions?
Yes, Councillor Varney does. Thank you for taking over. Go ahead.
I do, thank you. My question is in regards to the REACH program. I'm curious as to, is there a way to predict how the new REACH program will reduce our EMS response times?
Is there a way to predict it? Well, we're tracking the metrics currently. And so once we do the pilot and we're into the pilot and we can start pulling the data, we'll be able to tell you affirmatively whether we have reduced those times or not. Just that one antidote that I mentioned, that's data that we're tracking where we relieved an engine company, an ambulance, and an unnecessary emergency room visit. So those are some of the metrics that we're going to be presenting as we go through the pilot.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm just thinking taking some of the pressure off one area might help with other areas. So I was just curious. Thank you.
Anyone else? All right, Chief, thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll stay here for the next item.
Perfect. Yeah, on to item 5D, I believe. No, 5C. Sorry, turn the page. 5C.
I shall make.
Sorry,
do you want me to make the motion, or did you have a comment?
So thank you, Chief. And Councillor Varney, I was going to say, with the REACH program, our goal is to bring information back to the council on a regular basis so that you can actually get to see it. But the other piece of it is, I think it's important to remember, we just started on this on January 20th. We definitely need some solid data before we come to a conclusion on what's working and what's not working. So I think it's going to take some time. So and I agree with you. I think it's important to see how it's impacting other services. The other piece that I failed to mention, with the REACH, when I talked about the Safe, Clean, and Healthy Salem initiative, with the REACH program, Chief Gerbot was the one who recommended that program for Salem. So, Chief, I appreciate your leadership in setting that up for Salem. I think we're going to see some good things happening. What I wanted to make a quick comment about 5C. So I want to kind of highlight a few important points regarding these positions. So with our operational structure, it's important that we maintain response capacity and also protect our revenue. So those are the two that are very important for the operational structure to be solid. So the city should respond to all calls, and because that gives us more revenue, but also we should be the primary responding agency, and any calls we do not respond, we cannot respond, is loss of revenue. So I just kind of want to highlight that. With the current coverage for the additional calls right now is maintained through, like, we are paying overtime. And so we're already spending this money. So the way I look at it is redirecting that money more for permanent staffing. That kind of helps with the staff burnout. And also it's kind of redirecting your dollars towards on a sustainable model. So expected outcome of adding these positions, what I see are the chief chief's vision with this too is to see a measurable reduction in overtime. That's what we are hoping for. And then also protect the revenue, but in that process, we are improving reliability and also, saving lives. So there is kind of something that we can definitely keep monitoring as we go, and then make adjustments as needed in the future.
Well, I will tell you, our workforce is exceptional, and the performance that they have provided over the last 6 months, I can't overstate how good this is, really. I'm shocked by it, not because of being here, just in 6 months, and to have its brand new workforce serve this community in the way they have is truly exceptional. And we have some of the busiest ambulances in the state of Oregon, no question. So when right now we're filling it with overtime. We do know that we can continue doing that. Overtime does trend less expensive than a full-time employee. However, and we do use overtime to maintain our fiscal prudence in certain situations. In this particular area, it is really about human capital and about our people. And we are asking them to work on the busiest ambulances in Oregon, and then possibly the next day get forced to work more overtime. Many of our EMS professionals are parents, some are single parents, and then to try them to force them to work overtime and then get more child care. The reason that we have not had a large amount of loss of our employees is because we've been nimble and because they know help's coming. We have lost very few employees. This is generally a very transient workforce. It's one of the reasons that our personnel expenses are lower, because we anticipated having to retrain and do more academies because of a transient workforce. We have not seen that. What we have seen is employees are incredibly dedicated to the city and to this organization, and I want to maintain that. I feel that if we're going to rely on overtime, it is really going to hurt morale. It will then lead to some retention issues. So I want to make sure that we can support our employees in the absolute best way they're doing it, because they are supporting our city in that way.
Anyone have any questions? Councillor Varney, go right ahead.
Thank you. Okay, I have a number of questions, and I'm not sure exactly which order to go from. First of all, these 4 positions, which fund are they going to be paid out of? I guess that's my first question.
Everything is funded through the EMS fund. Any systems, okay. Any system, personnel costs, materials costs, it all comes through the EMS fund. None of this is general fund.
Okay, so we are just, this evening at least, approving additional positions. So there's no impact on the general fund.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I also wanted to ask about response times and acuity. I sent an email earlier, so I was just wondering if we have been able to tease out response times for based on acuity of different calls, like higher acuity calls versus lower acuity calls, and response times.
So our response time compliance, the 90% that I mentioned, that is specifically for advanced life support calls. Those are life-threatening calls. So, so lower acuity calls do not focus into our compliance, our required compliance through the county.
Okay. Well, thank you. That helps a lot. I don't have any more questions.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yeah, Councillor Vang.
Just a procedurally clarifying question. We are now discussing 5C, right? Okay. I think I missed Councillor Nishioka.
I have not made the motion yet. That's why I was just checking with the city attorney
Gotcha.
if I needed to do it. And it sounded like he was okay with questions going forward. And then I'll make the motion.
Oh, okay. I just want to make sure I was tracking. Thank you.
Councillor Nordyke, did you have something?
I did.
So, first of all, I thank you, Councilor Varney, for pointing out what I was going to be sure to point out too, that this is not a general fund ask. And I think that's really important because we are trying to keep a very close eye on our general fund. So there are so many benefits that we're already seeing from bringing ambulance service in-house. And the fact that we can hire or create the positions here, 4.0 FTE positions without taxing our general fund is a win in its own right. I apologize because I stepped out briefly, but are these positions are these new positions that you're adding? Are you reopening positions? Do you have staff who can slide into these slots right now, or are you going to have to post a recruitment for people to apply for?
Yeah, currently we are filling those with overtime, and so we have an established list. We have a recruitment. We've actually made conditional job offers, and there's started backgrounds for additional positions. We have not made job offers for these positions, but we have started backgrounds just in case they do get approved.
All right, anyone else? Councillor Bain.
Thank you, Mayor. Chief, I appreciate you highlighting needing a work-life balance. That is how you speak to a younger person, for sure. So I'm glad to see this on our agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Matthews.
I wanted to clarify just a couple things. So obviously you mentioned that we're already filling these with overtime, and it looks like I was kind of going back to your chart from the previous presentation. Like in October, we started seeing a drop. So I'm assuming it's around then that we started filling these with overtime.
So seeing a drop, what do you mean a drop?
Well, I'm looking at the mutual aid calls received.
Oh, yes. And then at the same time, you also see an up in staffed hours.
Yep.
That's when we staff the hours. Yes.
Yep. So kind of going off of that, I guess I have a couple hesitations. So one, you mentioned OT is in theory more practical, financially practical than an actual fully burdened position because you don't pay the benefits and you don't have those aspects on an OT position. But I think my bigger concern is, and we've talked a lot about the REACH team tonight, but one of the premises of the REACH team is that it's also supposed to kind of be that saving grace, that it's supposed to reduce that call volume. And so it sort of feels like we're doubling down on reducing call volume, and frankly, it's easier to reduce overtime in 6 months when the REACH team is successful or not, or wherever we're at, and reevaluate where we're at in call volume at that time and how much call volume the REACH team was actually able to take away from the units, as opposed to fire 4 positions. When we say, hey, actually, REACH team was super successful, it ended up taking that burden of call volume, and now we don't actually need this full 24-hour unit. And so I guess that's kind of my hesitation with going forward and hiring the 4 fully burdened employees, as opposed to continuing to use overtime, even though I understand that at least for the next 6 months it would be a burden on the employees, but ideally not, as the REACH team is hopefully successful.
Yeah, so understand the overtime was created when we took a 10-hour unit and made it a 24-hour unit. We added 14 hours a day. And the 14 hours a day are not times when the REACH team is even in service. It's only in service 40 hours a week. And right now our level zeros that we're seeing are actually around that midnight hour. And so we need the coverage overnight. That's why this unit was put into service. Part of our operational deployment that I mentioned is going to be moving stuff around a little bit to hopefully reduce that level zero because of placement, but these are necessary positions. REACH team is not going to reduce it. I mean, there may be people that no longer call, and we can reduce the 911 burden. Absolutely, having a 9% increase over 1 year. I'm not sure that 6 months of 40 hours is going to be able to mitigate 9% increase in call volume. It's just not realistic. But 6 months doesn't sound like a long time, but it's a long time when you're a single mom and you're trying to get somebody to take care of your kids the next day. To me, we need relief. And this does not account for people that are on paid leave Oregon, FLMA, they're injured, they're sick. There's a number of other openings that happen that we have to fill with overtime. This just adds to that burden to our employees.
Yes, I was going to add to that, Councillor. So we are going to learn a lot for the next 12 months because we have the pilot program starting, and then we are kind of trying new things. But every budget time that we look at how these positions are, we kind of evaluate all the positions anyway. But for right now, I do think that it is important that we add these positions. One is to relieve the staff of the overtime. As we are kind of seeing a newer workforce, thank you for saying that, Councilor Peng. We don't see staff wanting to do overtime. They're looking for that work-life balance. So that's kind of one. But also, one of the pieces that gives me a little bit more confidence on this is we can always adjust positions through vacancies. But I think it's important to see how it is for the next 12 months, and we need to function for the next 12 months. And we have to have the, response capacity. And also the bigger piece with it is like, what calls are we missing? And we need to be able to serve those calls.
Anyone else? Okay, Councilor Nishioka to the motion.
I get to make it now. I move to approve the addition of 4 full-time equivalent ambulance medic positions in the Fire EMS Division as of January 26, 2026.
Second.
Ooh, we have a motion and a race. I'll give it to Nordike. All right, Councilor, anything further to your motion?
I think we have heard all the comments and questions.
All right. Will the recorder please call the roll?
Councilor Varney.
Aye.
Councilor Tigan.
Aye.
Councilor Nishioka.
Aye.
Councilor Matthews.
Aye.
Councilor Gwynn.
Aye.
Councilor Brown.
Aye.
Councilor Vang.
Aye.
Councilor Nordike.
Aye.
Mayor Julie Hoy.
Aye. Motion passes.
Thank you so much for your support. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Chief. All right, we're moving on to item 5D, approval to submit Salem-Keizer Regional Scenario Plan. Councilor, go right ahead.
I will make the motion. I'll do it ahead of time. I move to direct the city manager to submit the attached regional scenario plan for approval to the State Department of Land Conservation and Development.
Second.
Motion and a second by Gwynn. Councilor, to the motion?
I think we're going to be hearing a presentation, so I'm sure we'll have questions after that.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and City Councilors. My name is Julie Hanson. I am your Transportation Planning Manager at this time of night. I hope I can remember my name. I will be giving a brief presentation on this agenda item for tonight. I wanted to start by also introducing Eunice Kim, our long-range planning manager, and she and I have been working very closely together on this project. Eunice takes the lead on the land use elements, and I take the lead on the transportation elements. Also tonight with us, we have 2 representatives from the state of Oregon. We have from the Oregon Department of Transportation, Brian Hurley, who is from their climate office. And we have from Department of Land Conservation and Development, Bill Holmstrom. And so they are here to help answer questions that if you have questions about these state regulations. There we go. So first, this is about Salem in Motion. It's a multi-year project that we have been working on to implement the state's climate-friendly and equitable communities rules and update the city's transportation system plan. So there's really 2 parts of updating our transportation system plan under these new rules. The first is this regional scenario plan, and then the second is the more traditional transportation system plan, master plan that you have interacted with before. Why are we doing this project? A key driver for this is the state rules that were adopted in 2022. These rules aim to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from transportation, increase housing choices, and create more equitable outcomes for Oregonians. And this is what's referred to as the climate-friendly and equitable communities rules. However, this effort also builds upon our Salem project, which was adopted in 2022 by City Council, making many amendments to our comprehensive plan, as well as the city's climate action plan. So all of these efforts really together are driving the Salem in Motion project. So regional scenario planning, as I've said a couple times before, this is a state requirement. The requirement is applied to jurisdictions within metropolitan areas in Oregon. For our area, that includes Salem, Keizer, and Marion counties, specific to the area that's outside the city limits, inside the urban area. Now, Polk County does have some property in this area. However, their population is pretty small, and they were eligible for and requested an exemption based on size. Both the Department of Transportation and Department of Land Conservation and Development provided funding for this planning project. The project was guided by an advisory committee of elected and appointed officials from the jurisdictions required to do this, as well as by Chariots. While Chariots is not subject to these requirements, they are a very integral part of our regional team to achieve the required targets. And so what we are trying to do through the regional scenario plan is achieve the state greenhouse gas reduction target, which is a reduction of 30% by 2050 with a starting baseline of 2005. It's important to note that this is actually measured in these rules by a reduction in vehicle miles traveled per capita. So I want to talk a little bit about what this plan is and what it's not, because this is sort of a new beast of planning documents. I probably shouldn't say that. It's just a new variety. It's not like our current master plans or comprehensive plans. This plan is essentially it's a report that identifies high-level policy changes that the jurisdictions can influence. These are identified in a preferred scenario, and then that preferred scenario needs to meet the state goals. I'd say one of the most significant parts of this plan is the performance measures and targets, because this is how the plan's aspirational goals are translated into actions that we will be tracking over time. The regional scenario plan will also be a guide to developing the Salem Transportation System Plan, and it provides a policy framework for future plan and code amendments. The plan is purposefully aspirational. It is striving to really create change in our community. So on the counter side, what the plan is not, this is not a specific land use or transportation plan. It doesn't directly impact what people can or cannot do with their properties. It does not identify specific projects or policies to be included in our transportation system plan. It does not amend or otherwise expand the urban growth boundary, and it's not financially constrained. It's also a plan that you, as the City Council, actually is not required to adopt, or the adoption, the approval authority for this is actually with the state. So that's why we are seeking your approval to submit the plan to the state. The state will then decide whether or not the plan gets approved. So the preferred scenario, in order to achieve the greenhouse gas reduction target, otherwise referred to as the vehicle miles traveled reduction, focuses on these 6 policy areas. We refer to them often as like levers or dials where we can make change. So like land use, transit, active transportation. These are things where if we make changes, it can influence the amount that people need to drive in their daily lives. So the plan first looked at a reference scenario, which is what is essentially business as usual. So if we just continued with our currently adopted plans, what would we expect to see? And the result of that analysis was a 10% reduction by 2050 in the vehicle miles traveled. That did not meet the 30% requirement, so therefore we needed to work on changing some of those levers and getting to that requirement. The preferred scenario actually gets us to a 32% reduction. So as I mentioned before, the performance measures and targets are really where we take those turning of those dials and translate them into actions that we are going to be responsible for working towards. There needed to be measures for each one of those 6 policy areas. And so some of those measures are at the local level and some are at the regional level. So I put some examples up here for Salem. One of our performance measures relates to paid on-street parking in our downtown area. And I'll give you a little clue, we've already met that target. So because the base year here was 2021, so going to 2050, the actions that were taken over the summer with Beep Beep Salem got us to that target. There's also a target for active transportation to, build out our planned network of bicycle and pedestrian facilities and increase the housing near transit. At the regional level, the performance measures focus more on the transit district stuff, so transit service miles, the transportation options program, which is operated out of the transit district. And then there's also a measure for new arterial lane miles that's shared around the region. It's not reducing any arterial lane miles. Instead, it's looking at what we already have in our plans out to 2050 and capping it at that. So the recommendation tonight is to direct the city manager to submit this regional scenario plan to the State Department of Land Conservation and Development for approval. Once it's submitted, there'll be a comment period at the state level, and they will have, they will either approve it or ask for modifications. They do have an appeal process. While that's happening, we will continue to transition into Salem in Motion Phase 2 of transportation, which is really getting down to the nuts and bolts of what are the projects and policies that we want to have in our transportation system plan. And we will need to, of course, look to advancing these performance targets through that Phase 2 process. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Anyone have questions? Councillor Tigan, please go first.
I waited. Julie, thanks for your presentation. I think you answered one of my questions at the end there. We've heard from some folks tonight just about sort of when do we get to the good stuff, if this is the high level stuff, and it seems like the transportation system plan, which is coming, is really the time to do that. So just want to confirm that's where the next level of detail occurs and that we've got a plan to tackle it.
Yes, okay. That is correct.
But my question too is that this is a regional plan, and it sort of seems like Salem has a disproportionate responsibility to achieve the target because we have so many miles within our system. And maybe we have a population that's more interested in these kinds of changes. So what's the relationship between these jurisdictions when it comes time to measure who's doing their part to reach the target at the end? Is that a state function? Does that happen between the jurisdictions?
So the targets were set up, like I said, as both local targets and the regional targets. So in the local targets, each of the jurisdictions look towards their networks, how many miles of streets they have, how many miles of sidewalks and bicycle facilities, and also look towards their planned network. And so the targets for each of the jurisdictions came out of that effort. And so we will each be required to report on our own there. And so like if Keizer's not meeting theirs or Marion County's not meeting theirs, it doesn't impact us. On the regional level, the regional performance measures, we will need to collaborate, but a lot of that is going to be with transit. So because, you know, transit service doesn't stop at the city limits. You guys had all that conversation about street vendors earlier, and the same applies for transportation. And so we will be working with chariots to see how those measures are being met. If there are shortcomings, we will be looking to see each jurisdiction, what can we do to assist, and what's out of our control versus in our control. Does that help?
It does. I mean, and I played some role during one of my committee assignments as helping push this program along a little bit. Take no credit for it. I was just there for a couple meetings. But I am interested long-term in whether there's a solution for, if Salem ends up doing more, maybe there's a market to be created between the jurisdictions for those who do want to create reduced vehicle miles traveled or increase bike lanes, and those who don't. Or if Keizer or the county doesn't want to do it and they want to pay us to add bike lanes to our streets and get the regional credit. I'm just much more interested in a market system here. So thank you.
That would be interesting, and I don't know that anybody exactly proposed that. We could take that to SCATS when we're applying for grant funding and say, you know, hey, we need more because we have, you know, more targets to meet. And I will say that with those targets, one of the benefits, I guess you could say, of having these ambitious targets is that it will be a selling point on grant applications. I know that Marion County really wanted to focus on their pedestrian network, and that was a big part of their push, is to try to support grant applications going forward.
Councillor Matthews.
So I'm going to piggyback a little bit off Councillor Teigen, and I also am a big proponent of getting paid if they wanted to pay us. So I think that's a great idea. But kind of similar to the vein that he was just talking about. So like when looking at the specifics of like what are the requirements and I shouldn't say requirements, what are the proposals in, for instance, bike and pedestrian network? Salem currently has about 300 miles. Our proposal is to more than double that with 638. In contrast, Marion County currently has 27 miles, and their proposal is to go to 51. Our cost is going to be exponentially more substantial in order to try to meet this type of goal, and possibly not financially feasible, not just on that one, but on other ones that we don't have control over, like the Chariots expansion, whatever area that is. And so I guess this is maybe more of a question for the state representatives that are here, but what is the outcome if we aren't able to meet what we already acknowledge are aspirational goals? What does that mean?
We have an answer prepared, so any one of us.
I will let the state speak for the state.
Good evening. Thank you again. My name is Bill Holmstrom with the Oregon Department of Land Conservation and Development. Let me just make sure I understand your question. You're asking, you've set certain targets to go in future years, and what happens if you don't meet those targets for whatever reason, maybe financial, maybe other reasons. So we have a reporting system that we're setting up that every 4 or 5 years, different metropolitan areas will have different time frames. You will submit a report saying how we've done on our targets so far up to this date. And on targets that you haven't met, and we don't expect everyone to meet every target every time, because it's going to be very difficult to do that, you're going to have a set of corrective actions that you will propose to say, this is what we're going to do to try to get there. This is the reasons why we haven't got there so far. This is what we're going to do to try to get more toward our target the next time. And then we'll take a look at those reports when they come in and either approve or say not good enough. But that's how it's worked so far. So far, we've only had one. We've had Metro. They've been doing this longer than everyone else in the state. We've had them do one report so far, and they proposed a set of corrective actions. They didn't meet a whole bunch of targets, we said that was okay, and that's working its way through the system now. But this how the system kind of works, is that you would propose a corrective action, and then we would make a determination on that, and you would work the next few years on hopefully getting closer to those targets.
Sure.
Okay. somewhat direct question. Can you financially penalize us if we don't hit our targets or if we don't agree with the corrective action that you give us?
Councilor Matthews, I think technically the commission has that authority, but it's been used once that I know of, and I've been there 18 years. So I think it's very unlikely.
Okay. And I only mention it, and it's, again, it's just my concern of, I like the idea of being eligible for greater grants potentially because we're taking a larger role. But I also have fear that we're taking a larger role and therefore possibly cornering ourselves into a situation that we can't get out of because not all of the region is entirely sharing the weight, it feels like, when I'm looking at these numbers. And so that is my main concern with this. But I do understand the concept of it also can benefit us in grants. So, yeah, those are my thoughts.
Thank you.
This kind of reminds me of the housing production strategy, right? Where we get these really big goals and we make a plan, you make a plan, and we send it in and we get word back on whether or not we're doing enough, and then we try to do more. Is that about oversimplifying, but yes? Okay, great. Thank you very much. Anyone else?
We're moving on to housing now, right? I just want to make sure we're not done yet.
I wasn't moving on to housing necessarily. I was just making the point that this what do you call this, process is the same. Where the state says, we want you to achieve this, and we say, we're going to try and do this, and then it just keeps going back and forth. Okay.
The same agency wrote the rules for both.
Anything else on this topic? Okay, thank you very much. Councilor Nishioka?
Do you want me to say the motion again?
Would you please?
I will. I move to direct City Manager to submit the attached regional scenario plan for approval to the State Department of Land Conservation and Development.
And the second was Gwen? Okay, thank you. Anything further? Seeing nothing, will the city recorder please call the roll?
Councillor Tigan?
Aye.
Councillor Nishioka?
Aye.
Councillor Matthews?
Aye.
Councillor Gwynn?
Aye.
Councillor Brown?
Aye.
Councillor Vang?
Aye.
Councillor Nordike?
Aye.
Councillor Varney?
Aye.
Mayor Julie Hoy?
Aye. Motion passes, and we're going to take a 5-minute break before the next item.
Calling this meeting back to order. Councillor Matthews. Okay, Councillor Matthews is making his way back. We're now on to item 5E. That would be a motion from Mayor Hoy. Do you want me to take care of it?
You may.
Okay, great. Find the right place. Right. Okay, I move to direct staff to coordinate with ODOT to formulate a plan to address cleaning and maintenance of ODOT right-of-way within Salem.
Second.
We have a motion and a second by Matthews. And I'll speak just a little bit to this motion and have notes for that. Okay. I wanted to bring this to Council in order to address the topic of collaboration with the state of Oregon, ODOT specifically, as to the current state of their properties within the city of Salem. City Manager Numbury, I know you and staff met with ODOT this last week. Would you please give us an update as to their intentions?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So the council and the community has been asking a lot of questions regarding ODOT properties and the cleanup. So I have met with them a few times, and the city attorney and I met with ODOT last Thursday. And so we focused our conversation on four major issues. So the first one was we wanted to see a schedule from ODOT on their cleanup. And we were informed that ODOT was reviewing their cleanup schedule, but but they were hesitant to commit to any timeline because of their budget challenges. So that was last Thursday. And today, our staff, and Gretchen Bennett is one of them, met with ODOT staff for operational coordination meetings that happens like once a month. So the good news is ODOT has given us the cleanup schedule from February 5th through April 9th. So that's kind of 3 p.m. today, so it's kind of fresh news. So I personally very much appreciate ODOT efforts on this, so having that schedule is helpful. So the second topic was on installation of fencing and boulders. We brought this to ODOT's attention, I think probably like a month ago or a month and a half ago. And then at that time, ODOT indicated that they were working on a statewide plan, because this is not just a City of Salem issue, it is a statewide issue. So in this meeting, we asked for a plan for this. And they were, what they let us know that it is currently on hold due to budget challenges. So they couldn't give us any additional details on that. So that was the second one. We also, the third issue was, or the third topic was, we asked if the city can install fencing or boulders on ODOT properties and seek reimbursement later from ODOT. They did let us know that they couldn't make any financial commitment or the funding commitment right now. Again, they're dealing with budget challenges, so they don't want to make any commitment until March short session. So of course, this requires an IGA, but they did say that they were going to look into options and get back to us on that. So that was kind of the third one. The last one was the coordination and support from Salem Police Department. ODOT has been asking for Salem Police help with their cleanup. So I'll have the city attorney give an update on that item, because there are a lot of legal issues associated with it.
Thanks, Christian Atchison, City Attorney. So there's two pieces to this. One is whether it's legal for City of Salem Police to enforce ODOT's or the state's no camping regulations on ODOT right-of-way and ODOT property, and two, sort of the practicality of the city police actually doing that. On the first question, it's legal for us to enforce laws on ODOT property similar to any other private property. If we were to accompany ODOT cleanup crews as they're clearing abandoned camps from their property, our practice is similar but somewhat different than the state's practice, where they would have Oregon State Police accompany their ODOT crews during the entire duration of the cleanup. Typically, when the HST and the SOS team respond to sites, the HST team members are there usually initially, but they're not there for the entire duration, so there's some differences in how we do it versus the way the state does it. But legally, we can do it. But whenever you're in that type of situation, police would face increased liability and the potential to be challenged if in the rare occurrence we actually have to arrest someone for trespass or something like that. So it's possible for us to do it, but we'd want to work with ODOT and Oregon Department of Justice on the terms and how we would do that, and probably look for an IGA to determine it. That's just whether we could or not legally. It's not whether we agree to or how that would work as far as whether they would compensate us and what the terms of our assistance with them would be.
Thank you, Dan. So that's another piece that we still have to figure it out, is like our police resources are also maxed out, right? So we don't have additional FTE or resources to give ODOT for this effort. One of the pieces that we did talk about is if there is some kind of a reimbursement from ODOT if our Salem police helps with that effort. And I think because of their budget challenges, they could not commit to that either. But there is definitely some work that would... I'm going to stop there. Sorry. I had my thoughts, but those are internal thoughts. Inside voice.
Well, that seems promising. I'm glad you were able to meet last week, unexpected. I think we need a plan that gives us direction that requires accountability. And I want the community to see real progress. So I'm asking, how soon might these properties be cleaned and fenced or landscaped? I understand we all have a fellow constituent who suggested using the boulders that were all found when they were preparing the property for Costco. Things like that. When might we be able to see some movement in our community? Oh, how about this? Can staff bring back an update on that after further communication?
Sure. So I just want to make sure that I'm understanding this correctly. Thank you for bringing boulders at Costco location. As soon as we saw the email, Gretchen was on top of it. So I don't know where we are at with that. But so, Mayor, I just want to make sure that I'm understanding correctly on this. So you would like for us to bring some kind of a report back on what the plan is to clean up those properties from... like working with between the city and the state, or
yes.
From the state?
Yes.
Okay.
And how soon we might see that progress, or?
So I'm going to work with staff and get some kind of an information back to the council, but I need some time to think through just to kind of give that time commitment, whether it is going to be 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 6 weeks. I have to talk to staff about this and get back on that. The one thing that I did hear from Gretchen Bennett, Director Bennett today, was in the operational coordination meeting, I think what I heard, that Marion County is willing to help by sharing their resources in advance of cleanups. And also they offered law enforcement assisted diversion program resources to connect individuals to right services. So that's a positive news. So we'll work with the state and county and then kind of look at our resources. It's going to take us some time to come back. So is that okay to give you some information?
I think that sounds great.
Give the
and
council
I'm
next
really
week.
glad to hear that the county's willing to be involved. And their involvement is not just with cleanup, right? It's with perhaps mental health and addiction services or connecting people to the services that they need.
Yeah, that's what I heard from Director Bennett. Gretchen, do you want to come and just give is that it? Okay. So maybe hopefully by next council meeting, I'll be able to give the timeline on this because there are so many moving pieces right now. So we'll get something back to the council.
Thank you. Does anyone else have questions or comments? Councillor Nordyke.
Thank you so much. And so thank you, Krishna, for the latest update. I know that you and city staff have actually been talking to ODOT for several months. This is the latest communication we've had from ODOT, but it's certainly not the first, and I know it's not going to be the last. I know that with these budgetary woes that ODOT is facing, I'm sure they're getting questions from city councilors and cities and counties all over the state because homelessness is truly a statewide challenge. There are people looking for shelter everywhere they can find, whether it's Grants Pass, Brookings, Oregon, downtown Portland, downtown Salem. This is happening everywhere. So asking ODOT to prioritize us and let us skip to the front of the line is a big ask. And so I know that you and Gretchen have been working diligently for many months on this. And so thank you for continuing to lead and coordinate those efforts. I know that I had brought up the boulders idea back in November of last year, and I was hopeful that if they weren't able to immediately put us in the front of the line, if they had a budget to install boulders, fencing, or what have you, could we just do it ourselves and then seek reimbursement later? But I'm not surprised by your response, though, that ODOT is saying we can't even commit to that right now. Their entire budget is in jeopardy because the transportation bill is such a mess. So, and I certainly hope that our leaders in the legislature will put partisan differences aside and come up with a plan for transportation. But in the meantime, it means that there are a lot of downstream effects from having transportation funding up in the air across the entire state. And this is just one of those many downstream effects that we see. And we all want to balance affordability with transportation funding. So I am hopeful that the legislature can address the challenges that we face. So I appreciate all the work that you're doing. And I agree that having an intergovernmental agreement or IGA would make sense. Should we go down that road? I do have a question, though. It seems like ODOT was quick to suggest that we use our police force. OSP has patrols in the Salem area. Do they give a compelling reason for why they can't simply use Oregon State Police resources instead?
Yeah, thank you, Counselor. I think, and that's because of the resource limitation on the OSP side. And so
I'll join the club.
Also, with the cleanup, when OSP has to be with the ODOT cleaning crew for the entire time. So that's a huge commitment, and they don't have enough resources to kind of address that. The other piece that I do want to, I forgot to mention was with the, thank you for kind of bringing that idea of can we do the installation and then have ODOT reimburse and collect reimbursement from ODOT later. Even to kind of enter into an IGA, it's going to take some time. I don't think it's just like it's going to happen tomorrow. But I think we should at least kind of explore that option and have that ready for future.
Anyone else? Councillor Matthews.
So I kind of liken this to, if you have a home and right next door, and your home's, you've kept it clean and you've not have any code violations, and then your next door neighbor has a million code violations and they're not doing anything about it, it's pretty frustrating to be the person that has the house that doesn't have the code violation is getting impacted by the code violation house. We're not the code violation house in this scenario. We've allocated our resources. We've doubled them to the SOS team. We've doubled them to the homeless services team. We've doubled our resources in a time that we don't have the financial capability to really do it in order to be able to solve our problem on our properties. And so I think it's tough for me when ODOT utilizes resources are a problem. Yes, welcome. And so, but it doesn't hinder the fact that we're doing our part for our properties, but our neighbor isn't. And so I guess that's the frustration for me. And so I know that, and I'll ask this question, but I sort of know the answer already. So from a citing standpoint, if this was a neighbor and you had code violations, we talked a lot about it today already, we would in theory be able to cite them and hold them accountable in some way with our code. Is that an option with ODOT?
Counselor, in theory, you're correct. We could likely issue the state a citation for property code violations. Our enforcement mechanism after providing a corrections notice would be to work with the property owner towards progressive compliance. If that wasn't successful, we could eventually issue an enforcement order. The enforcement order would be appealable to the hearings officer. If that enforcement order was upheld by the hearings officer, we could issue civil penalties. Our way to enforce and get collection on a civil penalty is to lien the property, which is where it becomes a problem because we can't lien the state's property. So while we could go through that, it probably would not be productive.
Okay, so the answer is no. In the end, I mean, we can cite them. We have no teeth in that citing. Got it. That sounds right. So, okay, that was my piece.
Councillor Varney and then Councillor Brown.
Thank you very much, Mayor Hoy. I had a question about the city manager's comment about the cleanup schedule being February 5th to April 9th. What is included in that schedule? Obviously, since I represent West Salem, what areas does that include? And does it include that area along Highway 22 along the river? And also the underpass or the areas under the highway at Wallace Marine Park?
Thank you, Councillor. I'll have Director Bennett answer the question because she has the details on this.
Yes, thank you. Councillor Varney and Mayor and Council, Gretchen Bennett, Community Services Director. Yes, all of those locations, they have areas along I-5, under the Marion and Center Street bridges, the areas adjacent and around the Wallace Park in West Salem that are their properties, the area at the edge of commercial at the I-5 commercial cutoff. I actually didn't bring the precise list with me. It's back at my desk, but those locations, the ones that represent their properties is all included. The Indian School area, yes.
Okay, can I kind of add to that just a little bit?
Go right ahead.
I just wanted to say that a lot of this is related to the State Highway Fund, which and the recent bill, which has been referred to the voters. ODOT is really, really struggling with funds, and the State Highway Fund funds their maintenance facilities, and they have had to close, 12 maintenance facilities, and they have workers that do these cleanups out of the facilities. And so I'm really concerned because, well, even ODOT has recently had to end its agreement with PDX to do cleanups in their areas. I've seen increased trash and debris along I-5. And so I'm really hopeful that the legislature can help us with this, because ODOT needs funding to help us with these maintenance of our roads. And so I'm hoping that we see some of this moving forward.
Thank you. Councillor Brown?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I'm going to follow Councilor Varney in that, only because, Madam City Manager, with great respect to you and your team, I really see this as an impossible task for you. Not trying to sound like a defeatist, but I struggle because you and your team are doing exceptional work. But at the same time, I'm not convinced that the state is going to be able to meet us halfway. And I'm not talking about, Wallace Marine Park or even downtown, but when we think about Ward 5, whether it's Fisher Road or whether it's off of Hawthorne, there are so many properties that belong to the state. And I'm just not convinced that they're going to be able to do any more. And the reason I say that is because 3.5 years ago and throughout this current governor's administration, we gave her over $500 million to deal with all of our housing concerns. And we're not there yet. And so as much as I appreciate you and your team, I struggle with this being on our shoulders again, knowing that we do not have the funds to take care of it. So I'm not exactly sure how this is going to play out, but I want you to know that I'm in your corner, and however I can best help you and your team to clean up our city, definitely sign me up and I'll be there. I yield the floor.
Anyone else? Councillor Bang.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, I appreciate your motion. I think it is right to have our neighbors help with a solution, but I think Councillor Varney and Councillor Brown bring up a good point that our neighbors, our ODOT, is in a not in the best funding position. And so I appreciate the motion, I appreciate the spirit of the motion, but whether it results in actual solutions that we can see, I don't have a whole lot of optimism for, but I think it's still a step in the right direction. Thank you.
Councillor Brown, did you have something else?
No, ma'am, I apologize. I'll take down my hand. I'm good.
Oh, good. Anyone else? Well, I just want to add a little bit that for the sake of all, I want to be clear. The people creating the need for cleanups are real people with real life struggles. That does not go unnoticed. The people living in unmanaged camps need help. Whether or not they want the help or not is another matter. I would just like to know where the state stands when it comes to the people. The people needing a place to land, and then again when they're asked to move. Perhaps that's a question for another day in another room. But I am encouraged by any motion that takes our city forward, and I'm optimistic. So, anyone else have comments?
Madam Mayor, I have one final comment, please.
Sure.
Madam City Manager, you shared this with us earlier during your presentation and the opening remarks with how many tons of garbage that our city staff has had to clean up. And so I'm very appreciative of those individuals. I've seen them multiple times throughout Ward 5. Rain, shine, whatever it is, they're always out there cleaning up. So I give them a lot of kudos just for being there and being consistent. I think there's value in letting our community know how much money we're spending on trash cleanup. And so my ask again to you and your staff is to come back with us just to let us know how much we're spending. Because until we can share that information with the state, I just don't think they're going to move. I want to be optimistic. I just don't think they're going to move. But I do believe we owe it to our constituents and to our neighbors for them to know how much we're spending on cleanup. And I also think it'd be great for us to unpack how much we would be spending on fencing, on boulders, because there are going to be some folks who say, just because you put up some big rocks is not going to keep the homeless away. And a part of me struggles with that, because if you put up a big rock, we're just sending a message to some folks to say, hey, you're not welcome here. And so if a homeless person isn't welcome there, then a part of me says we got to find a place where they are welcome. And so it's, I think we're stuck between a rock and a hard place, no pun intended, but this is not easy for us. And so my ask to you and your team is to please share with us how much money we are spending on trash cleanup and pickup. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I do want to make a comment about, and thank you for your comments about the Clean Salem team. I think the reason why ours is like working is the combination of HST officers and our cleaning crew going together, and not just to clean up, but also the individuals to be connected with the right resources. And I think, Madam Mayor, as I was hearing, I didn't hear your comments completely, but you were talking about the people element of it. Even from the ODOT properties, as they're getting cleaned, connecting those individuals to right resources is important. So there is definitely that disconnect there. I'm extremely proud of our team, and they do a lot for the number of resources that we have with the cleanup, but it's just a dream team with the HST and the cleaning crew, the way we are working, the way they're working together to take care of the vulnerable population and also to clean.
Anyone else? Well, I just want to add that the last thing I ever wanted to see in Salem or anywhere is the need for fencing and boulders. I really would prefer it if people got the help that they needed to be able to live well and be housed. So that would be my number one choice, but I look forward to the plan the staff will create and the progress we'll make moving forward. Yes, Councillor Nishioka.
Thank you, Mayor. I think what I'd like to do is have a friendly amendment to the motion. So I'd like to move to direct City Manager to provide updates about the potential coordination with ODOT to formulate a plan to improve cleanliness and maintenance of the right-of-way properties. So basically asking for an update.
I'll second that. We have a motion by Nishioka and a second by Nordijk. Councillor, to your motion.
I think because we've just learned that our city manager and wonderful staff have recently had conversations with ODOT, I think that what we're trying to do is just allow that to continue to move forward to see what opportunities might there be. So your motion was asking them to already do, basically, I think, what they have done. So now I'm hoping to see that we can get updates on progress of that.
And how soon would those updates come?
It sounded like Commissioner Amburi was thinking that it might take a little bit of time, but I don't know if I have a timeline to provide.
So, Councillor, what I was thinking for the mayor's motion, I need to work with the staff to figure out what steps that we need to take in order to give a plan that has some actionable items associated with it. Part of it is also, I would like to meet with state again, and then looks like county is willing to kind of help on their side. So now we have that information as of this afternoon. So Mayor, if I understood your motion correctly, you are looking for the staff to give a timeline of some actionable items associated with this? Is that what you're looking for?
Yes.
Okay. So does that?
You know, if what her motion is directing as a timeline, I'm okay with that. That's basically, I'm asking for the same thing. This felt like reach out and start talking. And because you already have, I was just trying to say, provide that timeline.
Yeah, thank you, Counselor. So the one thing that I did say that I need some time. I can't exactly give, this is when, I can't exactly say now, this is when I'll be able to give that timeline, right? So I need to talk to staff and come up with a plan and then bring something back to council.
So procedurally, we had the original motion, which was in the mayor's written motion report, and then now we've got a proposed substitute motion that instead of engaging in conversations as in the written motion, it'd be Councilor Nishioka's substitute to provide updates to council.
Councilor Varney.
Thank you very much, Mayor Hoy. I just wanted to mention, I was looking at the original motion with to formulate a plan to address cleaning and maintenance. I think and I appreciate Councilor Nishioka's request for additional information, but I also want to just add the idea of the connection or coordination with HST and our SOS team for what they're doing to kind of complete that whole picture with connecting folks to services. I think we need to have a better idea of how the programs, the initiatives that we have can help coordinate with ODOT with the cleanup part to come to a positive resolution. I just wanted to throw that out there as more of a comment. I mean, I appreciate Councilor Nishioka's motion and I'm supportive of it. That's more of a comment.
Anyone else? Yeah, Councilor Matthews.
I'm so sorry. This might just be because it's getting a little later and I'm not tracking quite as well, but I'm not sure I understand the distinguishing difference between the two motions. And then one other clarifying question is on the timeline that's coming back, or kind of the plan that's coming back, whatever the terminology is it essentially a timeline that we're asking for, or is it a plan, I suppose? Because are we asking you to bring back a proposal that we would support these services as ODOT's asking and the financial burden on us? Are we asking, I'm not clear exactly what we're asking to be, I guess maybe that's the easier thing to say. I'm not exactly clear on what we're asking staff to do.
So I'm going to state, I'm going to kind of say what I understood from the motion. So this is so the mayor, I just want to kind of some clarification on this. So what you're looking for is a plan with a timeline about how we can produce that outcome, which is like the cleaning of the properties or fencing, whatever those activities are. So that's one. But you also talked about coordination and how can the city and state collaborate to kind of get to that outcome, whatever that means. That part of that is further conversations with the state about what can city do and what is state willing to do. So that's kind of your second point with your motion, right?
Perhaps the only thing that was missing was bringing updates to council in that process.
And ongoing updates to council? Mm-hmm. Okay.
Does that help, Councilor Nishioka?
Yes, I think too, because there's still a lot of uncertainty with funding from the state. I think it's really my substitute motion is more, you're already talking, and if there's opportunities to talk with the county as well, great. It's more bringing us up to date with the conversation so that we're aware, and not necessarily giving us a plan, because we may not see that. But I also agree that part of that update would be coordinating with our own homeless service team to help provide services. So this is now stretching it out, and if it's only asking you to bring us updates on the work that you're doing with the county, with the state and possibly the county, that might be a less directive motion, and I can rewrite it, like, you understand what we're doing? I'm just saying, bring us updates.
So maybe if I can help the process here, I think Councilor Nishioka is just essentially suggesting that staff update council on the work that your motion asked staff to do. So it's really an amendment, and I think if the city manager is amenable to providing updates, we can just dispense with Councilor Nishioka's motion if you're willing to withdraw it, and we'll provide those updates and we can vote on the mayor's motion.
I shall withdraw my motion.
All right, is there anything further? Will the recorder please call the roll?
Councilor Nishioka.
Aye.
Councilor Matthews.
Aye.
Councilor Gwynn.
Aye.
Councilor Brown.
Aye.
Councilor Vang.
Aye.
Councilor Nordijk.
Aye.
Councilor Varney.
Aye.
Councilor Teigen.
Aye.
Mayor Julie Hoy.
Aye. Motion passes. We have 2 added items, right? Go ahead.
Yes, I move that we extend to, I'll just leave it fairly wide. I know we don't like it, but to 10:30.
Thank you.
Second.
We have a motion and a second by Gwynn and Matthews. She says defer to Matthews. And now we have 2 additional.
We need to vote on the motion.
Oh, we vote on the motion to extend. Will the recorder please call the roll?
Aye.
Councilor Gwynn.
Aye.
Councilor Brown.
Aye.
Councilor Vang.
Aye.
Councilor Nordijk.
Aye.
Councilor Varney.
Aye.
Councilor Teigen.
Aye.
Councilor Nishioka.
Aye.
Mayor Julie Hoy.
Aye. And I promise if we extend again, we'll just raise our hands or something easy. Okay, on to items 5. I think it's E and F.
3.2, 3.2A and 3.2B, and I believe, I guess, do you need to make your statement again, Councilor Nordijk, or?
Sure, I will declare a potential conflict of interest on these 2 items, and although as a potential conflict you could still participate in the conversation, in abundance of caution I will not be doing so. Thank you.
Councilor, I'm sorry, can I ask you to describe the nature of the conflicts?
Yes, of course. So as I indicated earlier this evening, the nature of the potential conflict is that the agenda item could provide a potential, how does it go? Detriment or benefit to a relative of mine. Thank you.
Sorry to interject again, but does that apply to both items?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Items 3.2A and 3.2B. Thank you.
All right. I move to adopt Resolution 20226-02, terminating the tax exemption granted to 2 properties under the nonprofit low-income housing tax incentive program.
Second.
Motion, second by Gwynn. Counselor, to the motion.
It was on the consent calendar. I'm assuming everyone read the report, and we can probably go right ahead and vote.
Will the recorder please call the roll?
Councilor Gwynn.
Aye.
Councilor Brown.
Aye.
Councilor Vang.
Aye.
Councilor Nordijk has recused herself. Councilor Varney.
Aye.
Councilor Teigen.
Aye.
Councilor Nishioka.
Aye.
Councilor Matthews.
Aye.
Mayor Julie Hoy.
Aye. Moving on to the next item.
I move to adopt Resolution 2026-03, approving property tax exemptions for 5 low-income housing properties in accordance with SRC 2.850-2.910.
Second.
Motion and a second by Gwynn. Will the recorder please call the roll?
Councilor Brown.
Aye.
Councilor Vang.
Aye.
Councilor Nordijk has recused herself. Councilor Varney.
Aye.
Councilor Teigen.
Aye.
Councilor Nishioka.
Aye.
Councilor Matthews.
Aye.
Councilor Gwynn.
Aye.
Mayor Julie Hoy.
Aye. All right, we're moving on now to information reports. I'll read through them one by one, and if anyone has any remarks, please let me know. Item 6.A, downtown paid on-street parking. Councilor Nishioka.
Thank you, Mayor Hoy. I just want to say thank you to the Urban Planning Department and the crew that's been working on this. I'm really pleased that you are going to be refunding the parking tax to those businesses that paid it. And I'm hoping that we will then have the opportunities to see improvements and security, maybe even more robust in the parking garages.
Councilor Vang.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I was reading the staff report on the downtown parking revenue, and it says that the parking revenue in the first 6 months raised almost over $1 million. I think it was $1.1 million, which is quite a bit of revenue for the city, and I'm glad that is going to be used to make our downtown more viable and more welcoming. And so I think the city is charging $1.50 per hour, and I did some quick math division, and if I did my math right, or assumed that every person who came into downtown parked for just an hour to keep the spots open, almost over 700,000 people visited our downtown. That's just some basic assumptions. And to me, that's indicating that our downtown is doing well. It can always do better, but that is a really good positivity, especially with what is going on outside of Salem, across our state, and across the country, that we have this one spot that's really good and really positive. And I just wanted to continue to highlight that. Thank you.
Anyone else? Councilor Nordick.
Sure. Am I correct in understanding that this is the amount of money that we've raised through paid parking downtown is also alleviating some of our general fund burden? Because it's my understanding that in the past, when we only taxed the downtown businesses, we raised a certain amount of money from them. I don't remember precisely what it was, but I think it was under $400,000 a year. And we still had a lot of need for downtown. So we would supplement the money raised by the businesses with general fund dollars. And now, by hopefully sunsetting this tax and refunding those businesses, not only are we alleviating the burden on our downtown local businesses, but we're also reducing a little bit of strain on our general fund. I just want to make sure I had that right.
Councillor, you are correct. General fund in the past used to pay like $410,000 at least the last couple of years for security. Now the parking fund is going to pay for it. So you basically helped general fund, the parking fund helped general fund by $410,000 each year.
Terrific.
Councillor Matthews.
I did want to ask staff, so I was going through the report, and part of the premise with starting the paid on-street parking downtown was a survey, and it looks like we have a survey, but it has 2,309 respondents, so I'm assuming that's not a business-only survey. And I think part of what we had talked about was surveying the businesses to, especially because there had been a lot of concern that this would affect their bottom lines, right? Their ability, their customer base, that they'd see less people. I'm assuming that that number's too high, 2,309, to say that that was the businesses solely that were surveyed. And so do we have any business data to determine their, I guess, impact on this and their feelings on the success? I mean, financially it's been a success for us, but.
Try that again. Dana Decline, Assistant Director of Urban Development. Thanks for the question, Councillor. So we're not going to need this presentation. I think we're okay. But the survey was widely dispersed. We did know that 82% of the respondents were visitors, and a majority of them were visiting for restaurants. There's like 42% of them, of that 82%, were just coming for eating. So we did get some business data. We could probably cut that and slice that for you to get you a little bit of information. But we do have a staff member, Derek, who goes out and talks to businesses all the time. And we did get some variety, right? Some people really were challenged by their customers having to pay for parking to come in for a quick connection. But a lot of people really appreciated the turnover and the availability of parking near their destination. Both the visitors as well as the business owners. So you get both answers, unfortunately.
Go ahead.
I'll mimic that. Anecdotally, I've heard more positive, even from business owners. I mean, obviously, I don't think anybody loves the outcome, but generally it hasn't been as bad as they thought. But if you can find the actual quantitative data, that
I'd be happy
helpful
to.
for me.
Have a look into that.
Councillor Brown had his hand up.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Thank you for sharing this information about our downtown businesses. And my first question is this: how many businesses have not paid any taxes?
I'm sorry, have not what?
Paid any taxes.
Oh, paid taxes. Okay, so we had, I think I did bring that information. I thought someone might. We had, of the taxes, I brought that information, sorry. Last page of that. Okay, so we billed $296,000. Of that, $229,600 were paid. So we got that was 186 invoices out of 332. So we're at a little over a half of the businesses paying, but more than half of the receipts.
I'm sorry, go ahead. So what is the city's plan to recoup the funds from business owners who haven't paid anything?
So actually the recommendation is in front of you today with the first reading of an ordinance where the business tax would be repealed and retroactively to the beginning of the fiscal year. If you vote that, then it'll be the opposite. We're actually going to reimburse businesses that did pay. That's in front of you today, but that's a vote that you guys have to decide next city council meeting.
And I appreciate you sharing that, because I read the information, but I wanted people at home to hear from you exactly what's going on. So those businesses who don't pay, and there's no way for us to get the money from them, are they just off scot-free?
Well, if we kept the business tax as is, then we could do a collection. But I think there's a question of if there's a desire to do that.
Right. And I want to say before we even get to the vote, that is a concern of mine. We started tonight's conversation discussing businesses, or at least part of the conversation, with business owners that are in, trucks, vans on the side of the road, on Cordon and Lancaster. So on one hand, we are willing to do what it takes to make sure that folks, business owners, will be basically penalized if they don't have a license. But then on this other hand, we want to give money back to some folks, business owners, who haven't paid anything.
Yeah.
That's a rhetorical question. You don't have to answer it. I just want people in the audience to see this.
Yeah, I think the one thing I want to just be clear, though, is that you get options on how you pay. So I don't actually know if people haven't all paid some portion, because you could make a payment for your business tax all in one lump sum or over the year. So that doesn't mean that people are in arrears. They could be literally just on their payment plan.
Thank you.
Councillor Matthews.
I want to clarify something. So only the people that had paid will receive the refund of what they paid.
Correct.
So if they didn't pay anything, they wouldn't receive any type of refund from those funds.
That
It would
is my
only be-
understanding, yes.
Okay.
Councillor Gwynn.
So this is going to probably sound like a silly question, but when do people have to pay for paid parking? Like, what are the hours? And the reason I ask that is because I just assumed I go downtown and I have to pay for parking. And I went downtown on a Saturday night, actually, dropped my daughter off, and her and I were walking to her destination, and I get on beep beep, and it won't like come on. And then I walked over, so I thought, well, shoot, the app must be down. So I walked over to one of the meters, and it was during a time when you don't pay. So I'm just curious, what are the hours?
So in downtown, it's 8 to 8, Monday through Saturday. You don't pay on Sunday. And that's assuming that it's not a holiday or one of the special Saturdays during December that we made free this year. So yeah, there is, yeah.
Councillor Fay.
This is a rhetorical question, but something I hope staff consider in the future. But is there any way we could make those meters take like tap pay? Because sometimes I like don't bring my card with me and I don't carry cash or coins, and I'm like, gosh darn it. But yeah, it's a rhetorical question, but something to consider.
Kind of like work-life balance, right?
Yeah, exactly.
You can use the app.
Anything further? Thank you so much, Dina. All right. If there's nothing else, will the recorder... Oh, wait, what am I doing? It's an information report. I got lost in the testimony there. Sorry. Okay, we are moving on to item 6B, a quarterly information report on economic development. Item 6C, a safe, clean, and healthy Salem update. Item 6D, a hearings officer decision, a zone change to expand the allowed uses to basic utilities and power generation facilities with a proposal to develop a battery energy storage system facility and substation. Approved. Yes, sir. Go right ahead, Councillor Tigan.
Sorry, I should have raised my hand before we got to this one, but I just, we're going to run out of time to reflect here, but I really want to reflect on some things that we've heard tonight. I started this meeting in my councilor comment talking about the seriousness of our national situation as it is in Minneapolis, but starting with our urban renewal area, we talked about how we've used that authority to give $2 million to economic development in our community. We've talked about the success of launching our ambulance service 6 months into it, what appears to be an unmitigated success and growing. We just heard a great report about our downtown parking. People didn't know that that was going to work. It was a leap of faith by the council, the previous council. That's been a success. The REACH program just recently launched, a great success story out of it. The now CST, Clean Salem team, talking about helping remove 10 tons of waste out of Wallace Marine in one day, another success. My child spent most of his weekend at the skate park in Gear Park, another success. I'm going to walk away from this meeting, and we didn't even talk about it, testing the water transfers from Keizer. We signed an emergency declaration, gave our staff the ability to take action on something that was needed, and another success. I feel like I really just want to acknowledge the amazing work of the city team and the decisions that we've made as a council. As much as heaviness is going on, there is real success happening in the city and on the council and in the city staff, and I just don't want to miss the opportunity to also celebrate that. So,
Thank you, Councillor Tigan. Yes, Councillor Matthews.
I'm going to be a slightly more downer, only because you picked something that I already had a question about to stop on. But so I have a question about the 6D to the fire chief, actually. So this is in my ward, and I came across the question the other day. It's essentially a lithium-ion battery storage facility that's being proposed there, and obviously we're getting a whole bunch of fires from lithium-ion batteries specifically. And I mean, I own a battery car or partial battery car, and I just got a notice in the mail saying, hey, don't park this close to your house because this may be a fire and we don't have any solution for it. And so knowing that, and this being in my ward, I feel like it would be irresponsible for me not to at least ask, is this a concern at all to have these lithium-ion storage facilities, I guess, in city limits?
Thank you for the question. I think they're absolutely concerned. It is a part of an evolution, or at least a change in our society and how we're doing business. I came from an organization that was probably had the most progressive ordinances around that. We have taken those and we're trying to adopt them here as well for new construction, looking at all the safety aspects that have been added into those. I've been on a couple of those fires that have burned for weeks, and so there are significant challenges with those, but there is a number of safety considerations that are now being added, and we are asking the vendor that is constructing it to put those in, as well as we'll probably come to the council soon with an ordinance for battery storage facilities.
Thank you.
Thanks for asking that question, Shane. I appreciate that. I mean, Councillor Matthews. Whoops. It's getting late. Anybody else? Okay, we're moving on then. Oh, Councillor Varney, go right ahead.
I just wanted to say thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Matthews, for bringing that up. It's funny because when I read through that land use action, my thought immediately went to, okay, we're building this on top of wetlands, and how much impact are we having on the riparian area along Pringle Creek? So, hey, we all work together on these things. Thank you for bringing up what you did.
That's great, thank you. We are now moving on to item 7. Oh, we have no ordinances. 7.1, a first reading.
Let's see, ordinance bill number 126, an ordinance relating to the downtown parking district, amending SRC sections 7.070, .080, .090, and 102.045, repealing SRC sections 7.060, .100, .110, .110, .120, .130, .135, .140, .150, .160, .170, .180, .190, .200, .201, excuse me, .210, .220, .240, and .250.
I move to advance ordinance bill number 1-26 to amend SRC chapter 7 and 102 to repeal the downtown parking tax to the parking district tax to second reading.
Second.
Motion and a second by Tigan. Anything further? Will the recorder please call the roll?
Councillor Vang.
Aye.
Councillor Nordyke.
Aye.
Councillor Varney.
Aye.
Councillor Tigan.
Aye.
Councillor Nishioka.
Aye.
Councillor Matthews.
Aye.
Councillor Gwynn.
Aye.
Councillor Brown.
Aye.
Mayor Julie Hoy.
Aye. Motion passes. And here's to the city recorder in reading all those numbers. Great job. On to public comment. All right. We have a few folks.
Maybe additional folks signed up.
Oh, yeah, I got that. Sorry about that. I'll call 2 names at once. Please come forward to the podium, hit the button till the green light's on, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak. First calling Jonas and Patrick Carney.
Congrats on saying my name right. Jonas Unincorporated. I'm once again asking that City Council make efforts to remove and bar ICE from entering our city. Again, ICE and Border Patrol have murdered another American citizen in plain sight and in broad daylight. If this is how they treat white Americans in public, imagine what they do to people like me behind closed doors. In fact, a letter sent on January 22nd of this year by the Homeland Security Committee says that 53 people have died in custody since the beginning of Trump's term. Oh, but they're just targeting the rapists and drug lords. Just let them do their jobs. Yes, I'm sure ICE is keeping our streets safe from pre-K children like Liam Conejo Ramos. They're detaining toddlers, teenagers. They are targeting our schools and our children. If you've seen the pictures of the detention centers, you can see that they are not being fed properly, not being kept clean, psychologically tortured, and who knows what else. Sadly, I will say that the only difference ICE has between now and its establishment in 2003 is that their cruelty has premiered into the public. If you don't believe me, watch the 2011 Frontline documentary, Lost in Detention. For those of you with a short memory, Obama was president from 08 to 16. I also asked this council to adopt a mask ban for all law enforcement while on the clock. Identifying information should be clearly visible, such as department, name, and badge number. When I went to a BLM protest in 2020, a man antagonizing the event pointed his AR at me and my wife and pretended to shoot us. Salem PD was literally standing in front of me. I pointed out what happened. He rolled his eyes at me. I tried to get his ID info, but surprise, he had his name tag and badge number obscured. Ask anyone else who went to those protests, they'll corroborate my story. Better standards must be put in place. Then again, SPD doesn't have a good track record at protecting POC. You would think that they'd be more creative in their approach to oppose ICE, seeing how the union president's wife is Cuban. How do I know this? He told me after he followed me out the last council meeting. He followed me into the parking garage and, in an unprompted effort to change my mind regarding y'all's headquarters decision, provided me with the macabre details of the young girl's murder. What an odd way to try to convince someone. Is this the institution you support wholeheartedly, Councilor Nordyke? The same institution that caused bedlam and death threats to the council? They must be a special sort of naive to think that they're not on the hook for unintended consequences. As far as I'm concerned, if you break someone's window while playing baseball, you take responsibility. Just because it wasn't your intent doesn't absolve you from the consequences. SPD should be held accountable. I don't care how many passive-aggressive texts I get from your campaign manager, Counselor, I will always call you out when you fold under zero pressure. To quote Dr. King, I have almost reached the regrettable conclusion that the Negro's great stumbling block on his stride towards freedom is not the white citizen's counselor or the Ku Klux Klaner, but the white moderate, who is more devoted to order than to justice. Shallow understanding from people of goodwill is more frustrating than absolute misunderstanding from people of ill will. Lukewarm acceptance is much more bewildering than outright rejection. Lastly, I would like to make a good faith correction to Dr. Brown. We don't do jobs nobody wants to do. We are construction workers, agricultural workers, teachers, nurses, doctors, sanitation workers, and much more. We are workers essential to the function of society and the economy.
I called Patrick Carney and Sandra Herr. I don't believe Patrick Carney's here. Sandra Herr and then Christina Marquez.
I stayed here for nearly 4 hours because this issue is very important, and that's nothing compared to the work that we're having to do in the community because of what's happening. I'm here to urge you all to adopt the social service fund that was adopted by the Salem Budget Committee on January 14th. This recommendation was a result of the ongoing community-led efforts that advocated for the city to declare a state of emergency in Salem with the allocation of $300,000 to support families impacted by immigration enforcement. What a surprise that our advocacy that is pro-migrant will lead to a good outcome for all community members, regardless of their immigration status. Latinos Unidos siempre supports the allocation of $400,000 into emergency services available to all community members experiencing economic hardship. We also urge you to move this to an agenda item for the next City Council and work directly with community-based organizations to make these funds accessible. This funding will not end the violence caused by ICE that we are experiencing, which has reached even non-migrant community members. But it will set a precedent on how local governments can materially support our community beyond symbolic rhetoric. As someone who actually handles budgets, I can tell you that $400,000 to reach the overall community is not enough. We would need about $1 million in the budget to be able to do that. However, $400,000 is a good start to support our community members experiencing financial crisis. And if you don't know where to get those funds, I can tell you that they're available. You can tax Amazon or Walmart, which operate in our community, and make sure that you do get those funds available that would be available if they pay taxes. I urge you to pass this and add it to the next agenda item so that you can hear directly from the community. Because while I heard a lot of good things happening in Salem, our community is experiencing a crisis, and regardless of what was passed recently with the emergency declaration, we're still experiencing those material reality of having ICE perpetuate violence on our community. So please take this serious and move forward by providing some material benefit to our community.
Thank you for your testimony. Christina Marquez and Sophia R.
Good evening. Good evening. I just want to stress the urgency, the urgent need for allocating these funds, these emergency funds to support immigrant families. Back in December, 2 of my uncles were detained on their way to work. Both of them were construction workers. Their absence on my family has been huge. First of all, emotionally, but also economically. Without their income to support my family, my aunt is now on her own, in charge of taking care of 4 kids. And because of her health, it's difficult for her to keep a job. And so it's been really hard for her to pay for her bills and just to keep the household running. Thankfully, she has some of her family members that have been able to support her. We've been able to help her pay for lawyers, food, for her kids to be able to go see their father in Tacoma. But there are families out there who don't have that, who don't have the ability to rely on family members or friends. And people are already struggling economically in their day-to-day lives. So when something unexpected like this happens, it just pushes families further into poverty. So I believe there should be emergency assistance specifically for immigrant families to prevent or minimize them going into poverty, and especially for immigrant families, because a lot of us, oftentimes, because of our status, don't qualify for federal and state emergency assistance, like the Temporary Assistance for Needy Families program or the SNAP program. We don't qualify for those. So that's why it's important to have emergency funds specifically for immigrant families. The kidnappings of our families and neighbors will have long-term impacts and lifelong impacts to the families, but also to our community as a whole. And so I urge the city to take the steps to prevent and stop and minimize the harm. First, by providing emergency funds to immigrant families as soon as possible. It is long overdue. Families are waiting, kids are waiting. And then second, to stop and prevent the detainments. These detainments are unethical, first and foremost. No one should be criminalized for migrating, but they're also unconstitutional. There are many reports on how these have been unconstitutional, no warrants, forced entry, ICE vehicles not following traffic laws. And so what you're seeing in Minneapolis, it's already here. Maybe there's not as many agents here, or it's not as visible, but it's happening.
Thank you for your testimony. Sophia R. and Jaden V. Oh, we're going to need to add some time to the clock.
I move to extend the meeting until 10:45.
Second.
Might be a little more. We have.
How many are signed up?
Just say 11 and then we'll.
All right, I move to 11.
Okay.
Second.
Great. I'm just going to ask, are any opposed?
Okay. No, all in favor? Aye. Thank you. Okay, moving on, so Sophia R. and Jaden V.
I am a student in Salem-Keizer School District. Every day I live with a fear of ice showing up at my home, at school, or my streets. If it's not fair that I have to live with this fear, I just want to go to school in peace. That is why I ask that you approve a budget that will help provide resources to our community. We need actually support, not just words. Do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Jaden V. and Marisol.
I am a student in Salem-Keizer School District.
Excuse me, I'm sorry to interrupt, but are you Marisol or Jaden?
Marisol, Jaden isn't here.
Okay, thank you for that.
Yeah. I am a student in Salem-Keizer School District. I am here once again to demand that this city council finally take some action. I demand that you approve the $400,000 to going into your community. This money is not the solution, but a needed support to give access to resources for our families. We don't need your fake tears or your fake words. We need your real action. You need to take action now. Support immigrant families and children that make Salem what it is. All of us have the responsibility to stand with the families impacted by ICE. And you, as a city council, have the obligation to have actions behind your words. The working class immigrant community is the heart of Salem. You owe it to us to be transparent and to advocate for our safety and well-being, to not just say the right words, but have action behind those words. We demand you immediate $400,000 to impacted families who have been impacted by ICE. We see the same videos you all see online. We see ICE shoot and kill illegal observers who are only trying to document the horrors and crimes of ICE that is committing every day across the country in Oregon and in Salem. We see all this. We see the pure hatred behind the eyes of ICE. We see how violent they are, and we need you to be behind the community and follow the lead of what the community demands from you, because it is about survival. People are dying. What side of story will you be on? There is power in the people. There are more people advocating for the end of family separations than ever. Will your political legacy be supporting Nazis on our streets? When kids experience having a loved one detained, they are never the same again. The pain that is felt and the loss is too much to put into words. Not one more community member should be kidnapped off our streets by masked men that lie and terrorize our communities and that are literally killing in our streets, killing people. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Liz G. and Cynthia R. Please state your name so we know where we're at. Thank you.
Right. Well, hi, I'm Liz, and as a student, I see the anxiety of what ICE in our community is causing, the depression, the sadness, the shift in schools and culture. It affects our health and mentality and physically. I see it in the hallways, the bus stops, the classrooms. We lose sleep thinking about the violent executions. We see the videos of going around Minnesota. Over the past months, we see the videos of our own neighborhoods too, of them dragging parents out of their cars on the way to work, breaking windows, holding up guns, the abandoned cars on Lancaster too. We see similar images in history class like in Nazi Germany, in the countries that the U.S. invades. We ask ourselves, when is this going to end? How many children are going to bed crying to themselves to sleep? How many parents have their lifespan shortened because of the stress they're going right now? how many kids are going missing in the hands of ICE, and how many people have to die for people to start caring. The bare minimum you could do as elected officials is stand with the immigrant families that have been impacted and implement the $4,000 in emergency funds to families that have lost their loved ones, because the rent is not going to wait. Their mental and physical health isn't going to wait either. Often it's the main provider that gets taken. Family separation throughout the history has always been used as a tool to cause trauma to indigenous, Black, and brown communities. We must end this now. Family separation affects their access to a roof over their heads, access to food, and basic needs. Step up, pretty words aren't enough, and our families deserve better. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Cynthia R. and Evelyn.
Renee Good and Alex Preddy were murdered, executed in cold blood by ICE this month in Minnesota. In Portland, not even 24 hours after Renee Good's murder, ICE shot at a husband and a wife in an attempted murder with the goal to kill in cold blood once again. Keith Porter, a father of two, was shot and murdered in cold blood by ICE in LA on New Year's. Last year, more people died in ICE detention centers than ever before. And at the rate this violence is happening in, more people will continue to die this year. Last year, in our own streets by the Torito near Center Street, ICE agents pointed a gun at a 10-year-old child. A 10-year-old child has to live with that image for the rest of their life. Last year, the Salem Police Department also pointed guns at youth protesting against families being separated and protesting against ICE. The correlation is clear, and so was your silence in both incidents that could have easily ended with lives lost. Is that what you're waiting for? It feels like a ticking time bomb. If you don't invest in your community and their very real needs right now, you are all cowards, and you have proven it time and time again. We demand that you implement $400,000 in emergency funds for families impacted by deportation. How many people have to die? How many children have to be exposed to the violence? ICE used a 5-year-old child as bait after being detained with his father to try to lure and detain more of his family members. There's a video going around showing kids and their mothers in a fenced-up detention center screaming to be let out. Kids that could have easily been children of the Salem-Keizer School District. There's testimonies of families that describe the dehumanization in detention centers, the AC being turned on full blast on purpose in the middle of winter, the psychological torture, the sexual assault, the medical neglect. This is all public information. It is a decision that you all make to look away. Just like some of you have decided to vote no on declaring the city as a state of emergency, or or setting aside funding to support directly impacted families. It was also a decision for some of you to spew discrimination during the discussion on street vendors on Lancaster. People are dying, but some of you put more of an effort in criminalizing Black and brown people than anything else, and it's disgusting. If you are not standing up for immigrant families, you are on the side of ICE. It's not a complex issue. You either support the families impacted, you advocate for the parents inside detention centers to go back home to their babies, or you support mass men terrorizing our communities. There is no middle ground. There is no neutrality. You being silent
Your time has expired.
will cause people to continue to die.
I'm sorry, your time has expired. And was your name Cynthia? Are you Cynthia? Yeah. Okay. When you do come forward, please state your name so we can make sure we get everyone. I'm calling Evelyn and then Jackie Roche. I don't see Evelyn, Jackie Roche, and then Alex.
Good morning, Jackie Roche, Ward 4. I just wanted to come back in regards to the whole sign code situation that you guys have been hearing a little bit recently. I shared on social media, and one of my friends shared about her own experience in a neighborhood, and that the sign in a neighborhood that sits on her property had an issue with the sign department. And there was an article that came out this afternoon, so I'm just going to read the article until my time runs out. In Battle Creek Heights, a volunteer neighborhood project meant to replace a worn, vandalized entrance sign has ended with new steel signs sitting beside a resident's house, taken down after city staff told the organizers the replacement exceeded what's allowed in residential zone and would require a zoning adjustment with the fee of $1,989 to keep it in place. It looked really cool, said Sean Cleve, a Battle Creek Heights resident who helped lead the project. Even last month, I had someone email, "What happened to our beautiful sign?" Cleve said the neighborhood's original sign had been deteriorating for years after students waiting nearby for South Salem High School pickups chipped and broke off pieces. For a while, neighbors tried patchworks to fix it, replacing letters as they disappeared. In an email to the city, homeowner Debbie Shields, my friend, said the letters were being stolen on a pretty consistent basis and estimated the neighborhood had to replace letters or at least 6 to 8 times. Eventually, residents decided they wanted something more permanent, harder to vandalize. So he put forth about $1,000 of his own money in efforts, and neighbors raised additional funds while collecting feedback from residents and kids. The group chose a cutout steel design made from weathering steel, often called corten, which rusts into patina and then stabilizes. He said the sign was fabricated locally by Metalworks Northwest, which describes itself as family-owned custom steel sign fabrication shop in Salem. The residents installed it themselves, anchoring it to the wall, 5-10 minutes of work. They said they put in solar-powered LED backlight so it would be visible at night. What surprised them was to learn that the replacement would require a permit, even though the sign had been there for years. I didn't know that we had to go through a permitting process to replace the sign, he said. That's bad on me for not being a little more proactive. When he contacted, Cleve said that the city contact on the issue was Stephanie Myers, identified in a City of Salem permit system document, and a senior zoning inspector. In email threads forwarded to Salem Business Journal, Myers told the homeowners she could help them apply for a permit sign and asked them to confirm measurements, weight, and cost. And then they go on about all of it. The cost would be $1,800 because I'm running out of time, but they had to get the rezoning to replace the sign on somebody's property. So, and the total cost for the rezoning came out to $1,989.
Thank you for your testimony. Alex, and then Alex.
My name is Alex. I'm in 4th grade in school, Lam Elementary. La deportación trama a los niños. La separación de la familia causa que los niños no puedan dormir, nos causan pesadillas. Los padres inmigrantes dan todo por sus hijos, son los trabajadores que le echan más ganas por poder vivir vida mejor. Pónganse las pilas y apoyen las familias inmigrantes de Salem.
All right, Alex, and then Rachel.
Alex, Ward 6. I'm here to ask you guys to please fund the families that are being affected by the state of emergency, to allocate the $300,000. Also earlier when you guys were talking about basically going after people from Corydon to Lancaster, if that language wasn't shocking for you guys, those undertones, then we're pretty much screwed as people of color, working class people. I'm glad that some of you guys voted no. I'm sure you guys understood how racist those undertones were. It sounded a lot like redlining. If you guys don't know, look it up. From Corydon to Lancaster, come on. How overt can you get? Also, the Marion County is also suing Oregon to get rid of its sanctuary status. Come on. We can't get a break. Working people can't get a break. It's ridiculous. Mayor Julie Hoy, you were very active in that conversation. You were like, yeah, go after them. What are we, an eyesore? When the cars are being left on the street, that's not anything of your concern. But when you see brown people selling oranges, flowers, stuffed animals, yeah, let's go after them. I agree, let's do something. Come on, that language is ridiculous. They didn't even try to hide it. I feel like I'm doing you guys a favor by telling you how discriminatory that agenda item was. But someone has to tell you guys that, because ICE combined with sheriffs going after working class people in the early mornings, it's crazy. On Sundays, what a surprise, you see those vendors on the street. That means everybody's working Monday through Saturday, and on Sunday, that's when they sell them that stuff. But you don't know that. Or you just, like, you didn't know when that happened outside Geppetto's Torito Market. Like, the 10-year-old girl got a gun pointed at her. She's a constituent. If you guys want to talk to her family, it's possible. Nobody cares. That language was overt. Come on. Do you guys need like a consultant telling?
I'm sorry, your time has expired. Your time has expired. Thank you, Alex. I'll call the next person, Rachel. Rachel, come on forward. No.
Well, shoot. I'll be quick because I know it's late. Councillor Tigan, thank you for your statement at the beginning of the meeting tonight. But it's been a rough month, I think, because the work that Renee Good and Alex Preddy signed up to do is some of the same work that I have signed up to do. Yeah, and I'm white and they're white, and so I felt that. But I was pleased that Jonas mentioned, and many others have mentioned, that there were also 32 that died in ICE custody whose names we don't know in 2025, and at least 8, I guess, this year so far. Anyway, it goes on. I'm glad they mentioned that. I was pleased to see the Budget Committee vote on January 14th to recommend the creation of a social service fund, despite the no votes from Mayor Hoy and Councilors Gwynn and Matthews. I don't see that the minutes from that meeting have been published yet, so I'm unclear on the intended timeframe, but my ask tonight is that it come before this body as soon as possible. This community needs to see more tangible action taken to assist those who have been impacted by abusive federal immigration operations. I think the majority of you recognize this, so again, I ask that you move to put this on your agenda as soon as possible. Thanks.
All right. We have, I think there are a couple of folks who weren't able to sign up who wanted to testify. Are they still here? Is it? No, it's coming through. Okay. Alan Roche, please announce your name.
My name's Alan Roche. I'm in Ward 4, and thank you for your time, Mayor and councilors. I appreciate all your guys' dedication to serving as a volunteer and taking the abuse regardless of your position. You're all doing a great job of representing your wards in the way you see fit, and I commend all of you for that. Just a couple of points of order that I keep hearing that are challenging to me. We want to ring this bell that we're a nation of laws, but yet we want to override those laws to suit our needs when we want. Then we get mad when those national laws are enforced. And I find that challenging because it trickles into the same ideology that was brought up tonight when we were just talking about just compliance for businesses. Compliance. It wasn't based on food-only carts. It was compliance on being a legitimate business. Back to the legitimate thing. Seems to be a challenge. Some of you have forgotten what that means. But I own a business. I do it right. I do it with integrity to honor my employees and my clients on purpose. And we say compliance, I think it's great that people are out there trying to provide for their families doing these pop-up vendors, but really go down and pay your $15, $20 for that permit so you're a legitimate business. Follow the laws that you're asking and demanding protection from. It's not hard, it's simple. The same things you come up here and demand, you refuse to follow. And that's challenging to me because yes, do we have the funds to reach out and help? Absolutely. It's a tragedy what's happening in our country. We have the media exploding things beyond understanding and people are reacting accordingly. ICE officers are they're out of control in some capacities, but they are law enforcement. And they put their lives on the line every single day, and they train for situations just like that. And when people interfere as a civilian, not understanding what they're walking into, they're putting themselves in harm's way. They don't deserve to die. I agree. We have the money that we allocated for the airports. Absolutely. If we have that and we have a way to help our community, let's do it. I'm for that completely. But still understand, we are a nation of laws. You can follow them or you can suffer the consequences like some people were saying. There are consequences when you break laws, not just the ones you agree with, but all of them. And we need to remember that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. If there's no one else to speak, we are adjourned.